Well, here we go. Good afternoon and welcome to Virtual Motorsport New Zealand. I know that might confuse a few of you because you're probably used to hearing SuperCars NZ, but tonight we're changing allegiance and we're jumping on board with the VMNZ crew, long time good mates of ours who put on these awesome Enduro events throughout the year, raising charitable funds for awesome charitable trusts. This is Doug, and today in the Broadcasting Lounge, that's right, we are still doing it from the Broadcasting Lounge, although it's had a bit of a name change here in the VMNZ Lounge. They've called us the Broadcasting Tent, so I'm not too sure what that's about. Maybe there's beanbags involved, but on to Corey. Corey will be able to let you know more about that.
Yeah, g'day Dougie. G'day everybody tuning in already. So we just had the drivers briefing go down for the teams, and there's going to be a couple of laps behind the safety car to get everybody's tyres up. And we will be going live racing behind the safety truck once it assumes control very shortly. And so we've got the grid all set in order of how they qualified as well, Dougie.
Awesome stuff. Yeah, so it's pretty cool qualifying. There's some really fast names that we're aware of from our sim racing world. Obviously, some people are going to be moaning a wee bit about parity because we've got at least 7 Camaros at the start of the field before our first Ford. And trickle down through there. There's a few more. There's a couple of Camrys in there tonight. They'll be the ones to keep an eye on because apparently they go pretty hard. And yeah, don't be alarmed if you do see the cool looking safety truck out there. If it is, that's because we'll be under yellow flag, safety car procedures. Some wicked things happening today for Rise Above. That's the charity that we're supporting. We supported them last year. Ritchie's going to be on with us later on, along with Ash down in Timaru. They'll be joining us from HOS, which is House of Sports Simulations. I've probably got that wrong. Corey, help me out.
Yeah, House of Sports Simulation, and that's down in the Royal Arcade in Timaru. So if you're down that way today, or you know someone that's down that way, get them down there and get the checkbook out and write out some donation checks and hand them out to Ash and Ritchie personally.
Nice. I can see that safety truck's doing some flexing there on screen, getting ready to find out what lock to lock feels like. It's been affectionately named the unsafety truck in the past as well. Anyone who hasn't tuned in with us in the past or wasn't aware of these racing that's taken part, let us know a bit more about what the unsafety truck might be getting up to today when it's out and about.
Uh, First of all, Scott Pickering, that's you, ram it. And anyway, um, so the unsafety truck sort of stemmed away from, for the first year we had a NASCAR truck, and Henry King was our driver, and he drove it in anger every chance he could, and it sort of caught the name. The second year we put an Audi in, and it wasn't as fun. So last year the unsafety truck was reborn in the Pro 2 truck form on the streets of Chicago, and it went splendidly well. Great to watch, especially there was a comment from Craig Lord last year about, you know, you can do that in my HQ, bro,
Yep.
and the clips being floating around. But yeah, so Nick Parker, I think, is in the safety truck there. He's going to
Correct.
assume
Yep.
control of the field, and they're going to be doing a couple of laps behind the
Nice.
safety truck, and then they'll be let go. So we're going to get everybody's tyres warm. So a nice clean start is what we're wanting to see today.
Perfect. And so the racing today, it's a little bit abnormal from the normal. We've obviously got NASCARs here, and I'll bring up some race information here for the folks at home. When it plays the game.
There in the pits, Paul missed the start, so he's just going to wait for the field to go past and jump on the back.
There we go. So there's the unsafety truck moving its way around everyone there.
Yeah, the nice rise above on the boot, on the bonnet,
Yeah.
sorry, and a few of the daily sponsors. Today's sponsors are splashed all around it.
Nice. Yeah, it's got some cool bits and pieces around on that thing. Apologies.
So yeah, don't be afraid in the chat to get involved and tell us where you're watching from, who you're supporting, and definitely over the day let us know if you've some favourite moments you've seen as well. That'd be cool to give us some feedback as well.
There we go. Right, finally got the data to pop up on screen there, so can put that away for a second. And here is this one here. So we've got the NASCAR cars, next generation, and they're going to be doing some laps here of the Circuit Dest 24 Heures du Mans, because there's an issue with saying anything that's related to Le Mans and iRacing. Um, so that'll be the last you hear of that one.
Yeah, so it's 5 hours around a long road in France, I reckon is fitting.
That's it. And from looking at that track map there, it looks all a bit hurly-curly. It runs in a clockwise position, so that little red line indicates the start-finish line. Goes through some pretty tight and twisty stuff before we go flat out to the floor, drafting madness down those big long straights and through that kick down the end into a very deep braking point. Another short drafting run up to another very technical area, which opens up another couple of passing opportunities, or maybe today will be some door sending corners. Hopefully not too much of that under the intentionalness, but I'm sure we'll be seeing some bits and pieces flying throughout the race. So our unsafety truck is leading the field away at the moment, and they're coming down through the last sort of 3 or 4 corners, and it won't be long before we see him peel off to the right hand side, and
No,
we'll give these.
he'll be doing. They're going to do a couple of laps.
Oh, perfect. Oh, okay, I thought they might have had enough to get themselves squared away here after getting out and about, but no. So we're going to just slowly get these
Probably
cars
one lap.
built up to speed. Nice.
I think there might have been a few extra questions for race control. So we're going to have some little things like bribes today, where somebody will be able to bribe somebody a pit lane penalty, but that person will have the opportunity to pay more to get off their bribe. And all this, of course, is going to be going to charity, to the Rise Above Charitable Trust, run by Ritchie Hardcore. And we'll all get a chance to meet Ritchie fairly soon. And as far as I know, he's probably just arrived down in Timaru at the House of Simulation. So we'll be looking to hear from Ash about what's happening down there pretty soon.
100%. So this is where you see our safety truck come round and just starting to do a bit of wriggling and dancing, just starting to get the arms warmed up. But while he's leading out the field, let's have a quick tick down through some of the names that we've got out here. I think that'd be good for the folks at home to be able to see who's there and where everyone is. So here we are. So this is on board with our top qualifier, Brad Newman. He took out the P1 spot there. And it's always worthwhile having a good look over these cars at the livery, seeing what sponsors they've got on the car and who they're supporting. No surprises there. Another teammate behind Brad, Luke Rosella.
So Brad Newman is teamed up with Shane Van Gisbergen today. Luke Rosella is teamed up with Ritchie Stanaway.
Nice. So a couple of very hard pushes right there up at the front. Benjamin Roberts has got the 3rd spot.
Yeah, Bump Me Bad Girl Racing is Benjamin Roberts, so that's the DPR boys. Unfortunately, Darren couldn't make it today, so I think his teammate Andrew Dyson is going to be racing by himself.
Wicked. And then we come back to spot number 4, Connor Nixon.
Yeah, we're looking forward to catching up with Connor at some point today and having a yarn with him as well as with Ritchie. So Connor's got a bit of a cool story to tell us all as well.
Certainly does. Down in 5th spot here we have Jamie Stovall.
Yeah, so Jamie Stovard and Tom Freer, I think they've veterans of our event. They have competed in every event so far. So this will be their 4th event. And yeah, we definitely always love having them along. I think podium the first year, I think they were.
I believe you're right there as well. Yeah, there was a awesome event taking place at Spa in Super V8. So that was certainly cool. Down here in 6th spot, as the cars just get a little bit further afield from us, we've got Cam Dance there.
Yeah, Cam is full throttle control motorsport. So he is actually our first of our solo drivers today. So he's actually entered the race solo, and
wow.
We'll also have him up on the webcam. I believe he has managed to get up on that, so we'll be able to see how he gears during a pit stop.
I like that one as their team name there for him, Virtual Motorsport.
Yes.
That's there'll be a story behind that, I'm sure.
Yeah, there's definitely some interesting names being used today, so that we'll have some questions for them.
There we go. So in P7 we've got Jordan Chaplin.
So he's the second of our solo drivers. So there's another team, Empty Autosport and Contrast Motorsport. They work together, so they've split up to get us an extra car on the grid for the race. So, and they're having a little bit of rivalry between each other to see who can finish higher.
There we go. And Jordan Chaplin is the first of the Ford drivers in that lineup as well.
Yeah, it's a bit slack by the Ford drivers. There we go. There's a start.
Henry King. This is cool looking.
Yeah, Team Jinx Shifters. So there's 2 Team Jinx Shifters cars on the grid today. Henry teaming up with Brett Loxton as in the first car, and also the painter of the safety truck, and probably a few cars on the grid as well, I believe.
That's it says extreme caution on the rear of that car. Is that because of the highly reflective metallic paint that he's got put on, as possibly to try and blind drivers with the sunlight as it dips down later on?
Yeah, that could be an option. I don't think the sun's going to dip though.
Andrew Dyson here.
Yeah, so Andrew Dyson possibly will be teamed up with Darren Lobb if Darren does turn up, but other than that, I think he may be running solo.
Zach Went Smith.
Yes, it's Zach is teamed up with one of Virtual Motorsport's favourites, Hammy B. He's a local as far as Virtual Motorsport New Zealand is concerned. He's there every Sunday for a bit of Wreckfest action, so it's good to have finally convinced him to get out and get involved in our charity event this year too. So I hope those boys go well, the mad scientists.
Yeah, we've got some interesting camera views of a couple of them later on as well.
We've got
Devon Stove.
Yes, so another Kiwi team based out of Nelson, I think Devon is, and so we've got 2 Iridium Sim Sport teams on the grid today. Devon being the highest of those 2, I believe.
There we go, and yeah, after a short break with a few more Chevys kicking through, Devon makes up the next couple of Fords in that sequence, sitting there on P11. Jono Carswell, does he race well?
Hope so. He was another late entry later in the week, so he's racing solo, I believe, or he possibly might have somebody join him. I'm not too sure, but yeah, definitely very excited for the car track combo he was, and a message that I had from him.
Wicked. And we've got Tom O'Connor here.
Yeah, so Tom O'Connor teamed up with Anthony Green in the Racing Depot Camaro. You wouldn't have any other way, Ants. Definitely a Camaro fan through and through.
Nice.
They also competed in all 4 events.
Then down here in spot 14 is Daniel Steves.
Daniel Stevens, yes, so
Oh,
he
sorry,
is
yes,
teamed
Stevens,
up
yep.
with Thomas Hins, I believe. So Thomas is a baker by day, so he is probably getting all that baking done, and he'll be getting himself home to join Dan in the race a little bit later on in the second Team Jinx Shifters car.
Well, he surely can't be a baker. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Don't those guys only work from like 3 a.m. in the morning till 9?
Yeah, probably right, but Australians too, so they are 2 hours behind us.
Oh, there we go. Maybe he's getting a short break in before coming in and joining us. Matt Town.
What team are they?
Got Empty Motorsports.
Oh, right, yeah, he's the
under
second
there.
of those. So he was joined up with Contrast Motorsport. They were together and have split up to add an extra car on the grid. So cheers to Matt and Jordan Chaplin for doing that.
Nice. I'm guessing the cars are going to go and do another one round, are they?
Looks to be.
Nick's still in front there, so we'll keep coming on down. So there was Matt Town, spot 15, and now we're at Reese Tamanui.
So the second of the Iridium SimSport teams. So look forward to having a chat with everybody. All the teams will be floating in and out during the day, so it'll be good to get to know some of these drivers. So he's teamed up with Alton Smith.
Nice job there. Here we go. So first of our Toyota Camrys for tonight. Jonathan Turner. Simability.
All right, yeah. So Team West Racing. So there's we've got a bio for them. So it was an uncle and nephew and a couple of mates, 2 of them of which are in a wheelchair. So they're racing with Simability parts, so hand controls on their steering wheels, and absolutely love hearing the stories of how sim racing hasn't held them back, and they're still out there having an absolute great time. So that's pretty awesome to hear.
Yeah, and I can honestly say from my point of view as a fully abled person who doesn't do too bad of a job of racing, these guys would be some of the toughest cookies that I race against, and I absolutely love it. And knowing and hearing their story about how they've not let their disabilities hold them back from racing and doing the things that they're passionate about is a true testament to them, and a true testament to the manufacturers of those goods out there that allow these people to come in to carry on doing this as well. So massive shout out to those guys. Looking forward to touching base and hearing more about them later. Now, this is Sean McNamara. Everyone who's a regular with the Broadcasting Lounge and via the SuperCars NZ crew will know all about him. But if we refer to him as Macca or Maccatap or Maccatap Namara or you got Maccagabbed, that's all related to him. All of which we hope we don't really see too much of tonight. He'd like to say that he's improved on his driving standards over the years.
Yeah, he definitely tries. So I'm just looking. So their team bio. So Tire Kickers is the team, and he's teamed up with Jared Ecclestone this today. 2 good-looking men struggling to make it in the world stage of racing. Turning to sim racing has led to great success for one of them, not naming names.
Wow. Okay. Falling down here, we have Matt Stevens.
Matt Stevens, so the Pookie Boys. So Matt Stevens is the 2-time winner of the event, winning the first event with Liam Lawson. And Liam stood him up the second year, and he actually won driving solo, but was disqualified at the end. And so it's good to. He's also another one that has supported all 4 events. And he's teamed up with Matthew Payne from V8 Supercars as well. So another decent professional driver jumping in and having some fun with some amateurs and probably making their day, hopefully.
That's good. We're getting through the last few bits of the racetrack here, so to carry on down quickly. Next we've got Blake Greenhall here, and he's on spot number 20.
An interesting paint job there, so that's another team come to us from the SuperCars NZ banner. So Bill Kilgore, Shane White and Blake Greenhall.
Yep. Tim Dossett here.
So we won't see a driver change in this car today, but there is actually 4 guys racing in this car out of the House of Sports Simulation in Timaru. So we've got Tim Gossett, Michael Brown, Nathan Kippenberger, and Ash Ronald, our very own Virtual Motorsport founder, is going to go out and try and turn some laps with very little to no practice.
Very good. Marty Mitchell here.
MX Raps Limit Bashes, Marty Mitchell and Daniel Nolan is his teammate.
Glenn Wilkinson behind him.
So Glenn's teammate today couldn't make it, so he is going to be racing by himself today, solo, so good on you, Glenn.
Spot 24, Hamish Brader.
So Hamish Brader, I believe, I haven't been fully informed, but is the owner of House of Sports Simulation in Timaru. So there is another team sort of been thrown together out of the Sim Centre, and I believe Hamish has been chosen to lead everybody in that team away.
Wow, cool stuff. And at the rear of the field, we have Ryan Higgins.
Yeah, so the KCR Racing, so they actually missed the start and had to sort of get out from pit lane. So everything's all good. They're out. They're going to work through the field. Hopefully, it'll be their plan.
Nice.
I like the paint
That's
on
really
that.
cool.
Nice big Virtual Motorsport New Zealand on the side.
I like it too. So, looking here, that's all of our field. That's a monstrous field of 25 cars, which was your goal, which you had set. And just as it's called, we have the unsafety truck peeling off into pit lane. So we jump on with Brad Newman as he leads the field of cars up through the last few turns before green flag racing presumes.
Yep, we're about to go racing. So 5 hours of yanked tanks and a long road in France. Here we go. We're away. Green flag being called, I hear in the background from race control.
That's a steamrolling of big yank tanks that aren't coming into the first few corners. Already had one car go off the back. It's like Matt Stevens. Dip down the hill here through the first sections of S's. Cars will have certainly appreciated getting their tyres warm, because coming through there with cold rears ends up with a lot of sideways drifty action that you don't necessarily want or need. Here they come round the last corner before shooting into the biggest straightaway out there at the moment.
And of course, no chicanes today, running with the historic layout of the track. So the guys will be looking to get their top speed up to around 338 to 340-ish. I guess you may get a little bit more with a tow, which will be quite important around here.
So there's 330 on board with Brad Newman, and his teammate behind him just had to do a wee lift as he got blocked, but yeah, was just about to touch 340 k's. Cam Dance sitting on the back of Connor Nixon here. He's tapped out 340k. Draft on. It's certainly going to be monstrous. 341. Looking really wicked. There's the kick in the road up ahead. Heavy braking point. See where they've come down to get round this corner. 80 odd kilometres, or just a little bit over at the apex of that corner after doing 340k. That's certainly going to catch some people out trying to manage getting around through that corner.
Yeah, your braking markers in these cars is well back as well, so you're looking at near on 800 metres you're needing to slow down at some points. So hopefully the guys have fine-tuned their setups and yeah, they can have a little bit of fun, because that's what I am hoping to see today. It's a fairly quiet start so far. Haven't had any data jumping out at me, Doug.
I've had show one person jump to the pits, but I believe that was one of our OSR guys. So
yeah, that's a safety
I think we're all we're all ticking the blue at this stage. It's like Reese Tamanui making a move on Black Grenhall there. We have got a car round at the back there. Someone tied
Racing,
up with
I believe.
Marty. Yeah, Ryan Higgins, he had been making some moves up through the field, but not anymore.
No,
Some
race
tight
it.
battles here. Go. So it's still Brad Newman leading Luke Rosella there, and in behind them, waiting for them to see what they're going to do, is Benjamin Roberts, and the guys coming up through to the final corners. Popping up over those curbs there.
The field's spreading out a little bit already, and no real big movers. So Zach Whitton-Smith, he's up 3 spots already. Matt Stevens has made himself up 5 spots. Hamish Brader, so the team out of House School Simulations, made his way up 8 spots.
There we go, and we've got our movers and groovers there on the side, and the margins, which I can actually tidy that up a wee bit. That one there will probably be the better breakdown. That shows just exactly how far apart each car is to the next car behind them. So the ones we look for is the orange when they then turn to red, means that they're getting very close to a pass. So as we see Luke Rosella trying his best to get a bit of side draft on Brad Newman. It's quite a dynamic thing, iRacing, because it does have real world weather taken into account with all of that as well. So you may find that positioning the car to the left or the right of another car just ahead of you could be inhibited by a headwind coming at you anyway. So you pull out from being behind the draft where you gain the speed just to be met with a full frontal of wind getting pushed in your face. So sometimes going to the other side may have a bit more of a benefit.
Yeah, you had a whole good fort there, Dougie. I've been summoned.
No problem. So a bit of action taking place there just in behind with Zach Wendt, Cam Dance and Connor Nixon. Zach Wendt doing his best now to look at possibly sizing up a move on Jamie Stovall. But just in behind him we have Cam Dance doing his thing. We have a look off the front of Cam's nose there. You can see just how tight the battle is between these cars. Side by side, door to door. Nice clean racing, drivers allowing each other a bit of room to move. Cam plucking the gears, using that draft, looking at where he might be able to position the car. Can he get alongside coming into the braking point of this corner here? Can he keep it under control? Not quite, and he's done a superb job of just holding on to it, but even better out of all of that. It's all turned to chaos there now. Connor Nixon involved in that one. Cam Dance was a little bit unfortunate. Connor's still facing the wrong way, falling down through the grid order there. We'll be able to have a look back and break down some of that a little bit more in a minute. Zach Wendt-Smith with a bit of rearrangement on the front of his car, as he's now allowed Matt Stevens to glow on by. We've got Henry King coming into the pit lane. He's sustained a bit of damage during that. So again, nothing wrong with coming into the pits now, getting a fast repair, getting a bit of extra fuel, get some clear air around him, be able to start sinking in some laps. But at the moment, while everyone's so close together and drafting, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out later on. So Connor did manage to get turned back round, facing the other way, and he's opted to carry on pushing forward with his race. Yeah, so I agree with you there, Scott. 5-hour race, and people try getting a bit gamey early on. We do have some safety cars that'll play out throughout the day anyway, some random safety cars possibly, and I believe the drivers have got the ability to pay for a safety car to come out, or you can opt for to give particular cars a drive through by way of donations for the Rise Above charity, and that car that the penalty is going to be imposed upon also then has the ability to pull out the Uno Reverso card and pay some more money to get that reversed from themselves onto the car that had tried to give them the drive-through penalty. So there could be some interesting things happen throughout the race, and we'll get more information around that when it happens. All of that stuff goes through to our race control guys from OSR. That's Mike, Nick and Simon looking after those out there. We have a look here. We've got a move happening here between Andrew Dyson and Reece Tamanui. Again, coming down into that braking point after the longest bit of straightaway, knocking those cars down to about 90 k's to get round through there. You can only imagine that's pretty hard on those. The brakes would have been sufficiently cooled off during that time period. The tyres wouldn't have been having too much of a pounding, so trying to pull the car up from that speed, you can only imagine how taxing that is on not only the driver but the car to maintain control of that. Reece Tamanui there and Tom O'Connor doing their best door-by-door racing, and it's good to see each other giving a bit of room. Tom now making the switchback on Reece there. He's done enough to get on by. That's a great successful move. Sean McNamara and Blake Greenhall, two drivers from SuperCars NZ. They'll be having an absolute ball of a time, having some fun together. These guys regularly race in the V8 SuperCars series, have a bit of fun, so it'll be good to see how those guys manage to pull off any moves.
I'm back now, Dougie.
That's good.
Can we have a close-up of Sean's paint there?
I can try.
Is it a Talladega Nights?
I believe so. The only other camera view I could possibly do that might be able to give us a bit more of a view would be the far cam shot.
EV camera 3 should be close up. Whose face?
So there's a bit of. I believe it's Macca.
That's fantastic.
I can only assume he's wearing one of the SuperCars NZ caps there, and I think it says me, so maybe that is him. It's me. Because if we probably were going to ask the question, who's that on the front, and he would say that's me. Sean will probably be able to confirm that one later.
It's what Leon Weir was working on late last night at Huggy Homies.
Yeah.
And of course, Shane in front with the South Park reference paint job as well.
Yes, so there's a bit of that happening out there on that car there. Shane White put this one together a few years ago. You can see it already looks like it's had a bit of a Macca tap taking place on the rear quarter. Obviously those tail lights don't work, they're painted on because, you know, America.
Yeah, America. Macca going for the run here. Be wanting to get on them brakes here fairly soon. So it looks to be a few groups of drivers sort of driving together already.
Is he trying to break the toe? I don't know.
Yeah, try to shake that draft.
Is there such a thing as breaking the draft then becomes an illegal double movement on trying to be defensive? Because I believe Scott Pickering mentioned that earlier on. He said, I thought it's illegal to move twice. Thoughts?
It's only illegal if you get caught.
Okay, fair enough. Looks like Scott's seen it. Maybe we could do with Scott in the race control room in the future. He's got eagle eyes.
Be keen on handing out some penalties, you reckon?
Well, he's actually asked the question, can spectators pay to give out penalties?
No, the short answer would be no to that. We've got to sort of keep it a little just between the drivers. So basically, it was covered in the driver's briefing, and you can pay $100 for a safety car. I believe that I put $100 on if you want to serve somebody a drive-through, and they've got to beat it to get off the drive-through. So remember, folks, this is all going to charity. This is all going to the Rise Above Charitable Trust. Ritchie does a fantastic job. He's done a fantastic job at getting around and getting the word out and talking to big groups of people through either group chats and stuff like that, or as coaching. So he's a former Muay Thai champion, New Zealand champion, and he's now coaching. So I believe he was down in Christchurch last weekend, I believe, for a fight, and he's away to Melbourne next weekend. I'm not sure whether that's for a fight or whether it's something else. Yeah, we look forward to chatting with Ritchie as well. Into the broadcast for a yarn.
Yeah, nice stuff.
So,
just with touching on that and talking about those penalties, because I touched on it just a little bit before when you had ducked away briefly, but thank you for giving us the full summary on all of that. So one of our folks at home tuned in, Scott. I'm not too sure which Scott that is, whether or not you're related to the SCNZ crew or not, or who you're supporting, but give us a quick hurrah of who you're here for today. But Scott's put a few things in there, and one of his comments that he made was, he said, just picturing a double reverse card with a pick up 7 cards penalty.
I believe, if I'm wrong, but Scott might be part of the Middle Finger Racing, which is also part of what Daniel Stevens is involved in, I think. So,
okay, so this one here.
Yeah, so Dan's racing with Thomas Hins today as part of the Jinx Shifters crew. And of course, Jinx Shifters, if you haven't already, there is a raffle. You can get your hand on a ticket for that. There's still 26 tickets available, I believe.
Oh, when does that close?
So we want to sell out the tickets before the end of this race. So we've got 26 tickets. If you're watching and you want to win a Jinx Shifter, then I'm sure we can probably add a link to that in the description in the Discord. I believe you might be able to pull that off. But I'm not sure.
In our Discord, you reckon there's a link to that one?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll see what happens if I post it in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, 100%. So stand by for that one, folks. There will be hopefully a link going through to that one for the Jinx Shifter. I think they might have a picture of that one. I think I saved it as Doug's prize because I'm planning on winning that.
It looks to have disappeared off the chat.
Okay, but here's a picture of it here, just coming to you now. So that's there. That's that one there. So even if you don't have a sim related vehicle or cockpit that you can mount that on, I'm sure the trusty Daihatsu at home, you could squeeze that into the center console, and you yourself could imagine yourself as an XV8 supercar driver as you go ripping down the State Highway 1. It's even got the wee reverse lever there switch to. So fancy bit of kit, $1,400 worth. You could get yourself that for all of as little as $20 with, you say 24 to 26 tickets left to go. There's certainly a few more people that could get themselves in to win that one. Otherwise, you know, it is mine. I'm planning on winning that right there. That's mine.
Yeah, well, we've had a few more sell out.
But I have said that if I do win it, I'll be relisting it on TradeMe for some lucky person to be able to purchase for whatever it goes for, and then those funds I'll be passing directly onto the Rise Above charity as well. As much as I'd love to have a cool thing like that, and I'm sure I could make some space on my rig here at home to have it. Or I could even display it in my man corner of goodness here alongside my simulator. I think coming through and giving a few extra dollars to the Rise Above Charitable Trust, and knowing that we're supporting out there, supporting people through their mental health and stuff is a lot more better than my own pleasure of looking at one of those or using one of those awesome drink shifters.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of using a jink shifter a few times. So I've used the ones with the brake bias and the and everything on them, the levers, and pretty cool bit of kit, awesome bit of stuff, and special thanks to Simon and Renee Richardson for backing us all 4 years, and they've always come up with pretty cool prizes too, and giving us a huge discount on the shifter has helped us turn that into a lot more funds to go to mental health here in New Zealand, so that is awesome stuff.
100%. Just looking at these guys here at the front, so Brad Newman's still leading the race with Luke Rosella behind him. Benjamin's just that far away, all of nearly 3.5 seconds, but I'm assuming that these guys here are probably working together as any team would. Doing a bit of bump drafting and help pushing people along, the teammates along, or passing on by under draft and dragging the next car forward with them. So, you know, that's cool to see. Those guys have got a strategy in play for that. And I have just, but I'm going to bring it back for us. These guys here have been going tickety-boo down the main straightaway. They're passing each other backwards and forward. That's Jordan Sharplin and Jamie Stovall. So coming to you is a replay of that action. Just neck and neck the whole way round. That's awesome to see. Side by side, door to door.
What's this corner coming up, Dougie? This one, not this one, but the next one. I believe it's called Indy.
Yes.
So because the banking of the corner is the same as Indy, apparently.
Great bit of racing. It's awesome to see.
It's great to see all these paint jobs with the Rise Above and Virtual Motorsport and hardcore logos on them too. So they'll go and they'll have the chance to win themselves some Simblacks vouchers as the best dressed on the day. Looks like one of our solo drivers coming into the pits, Duck.
It is, yeah. So Cam Dance just peeled off from that one. He's coming in now on what's effectively lap 9 of the race. That could be about lap 7 if we correct that from the laps that they did behind the safety car. Yeah, Cam, it would be interesting to see how long he parks up for. I'd say this is probably more of a fuel-related stop than a tyre-related stop. Yep. Actually, no, he's done a drive-through.
Oh, must have got in trouble there somewhere.
There's a possibility. So there was, just as you disappeared before, a bit of an issue, and I'll have a look back at it. I think the best bit of data I have for it will be possibly this one here where it says Matt. No, it was Connor Nixon crashing, but it wasn't Connor. Okay, so here's battle between Cam Dance and Zach Went for P5. This ended up in a wee bit of a kerfuffle for a couple of the other drivers. So that was an earlier move, and then just another overlap. And of course, got Connor there spun out of contention and facing the wrong way, and the steamroll of cars going down past him before he could flick spin back into the track. So that put him out of P7 all the way down to what's the end of the field.
Have you had a chance to have a look at the Zoom call yet?
I did bring it up just before our Skype connection, and there was an interesting one on there referring to Zach Went. I believe we'll be able to bring that. So Zach Went there in the orange car, the 222, who got himself a bit sideways. So Zach is now down in P19, and he came into the pits because obviously his car didn't enjoy that wee rough and tumble. But just for the folks at home, just quickly, mind you, there's a bit of Zach at home running on the VR. He's part of the VMNZ Mad Scientist crew, and he's going the whole race wearing that extremely cool looking, I'd like to say wig, but it could be his natural hairdo, so I don't want to offend him by saying which one it might be.
Yeah, who would know? Anything's possible.
I'm just going to check and see, because I see you've got a wee bit of racing going on there, and look at that, it can even, that even comes up on the screen there. So you're currently watching a battle between, must be about third and fourth, is it?
I honestly, yes, so it looks to be Luke Rosella and Benjamin Roberts. I'm not sure what's happening with my paint's not showing up on my end.
Wow, there we go. So that's cool. So if we're on any really tight, awesome action throughout the race after the restarts, and we get some people tripping over each other, we'll be able to bring that up on screen so you can see what's happening with the live action while we go and break down some of the crashes as well. So thanks, Corey. It's a cool bit of a thing there that we can do to bring up for the people at home.
Yeah, we'll give that one to Ash. We'll thank Ash when we do get to talk to him. I believe he has messaged me and he is nervous.
He's nervous?
Yes, he's nervous.
What's he got to be nervous about?
I think just the whole getting out there and racing with these guys and never having used iRacing before has got him a little bit nervy, I guess. And yeah, so hi to anybody there at Hoss that is actually watching. You can hear my crispy tones, and along with me with Doug.
Yeah. If you're enjoying it, what we're doing here today, and you want to hear more of our lovely voices coming through your earballs at other times during the week, we do regular streaming here through the Broadcasting Lounge as part of our SuperCars NZ League. It races on iRacing as well. We do V8s on Tuesdays, GT3s on Thursdays, and we obviously take part in doing special events and enduro races such as this. So we're more than happy to be on board helping out Virtual Motorsport New Zealand here today. being able to broadcast this awesome charitable event for our guy Ritchie with Rise Above. It's just such a cool thing knowing that all the funds from today and the bits and pieces that we've gathered over the last couple of weeks, and the like we've got an auction on Trade Me as well, which I think was finishing up this morning, was it, or was it still currently live?
5:30 tonight. So I won't link that
5:30
one.
tonight.
I won't link that one in the YouTube there, but you can head along to the Virtual Motorsport Facebook page, or I think it's on SuperCars NZ community page as well, and find the Bill Kilgore hat, SuperCars NZ hat, signed by Bill Kilgore. Last year sold twice, and so we're just trying to get that sold once at least this year. That'll be pretty cool, and that runs out at 5:30. So I think it's up to $121 at the moment.
Wicked. It's and certainly we'd like to see it do similar things to what it did last year. I believe in total it sold I think it was about $290 odd dollars the first time round, and then about another 160 or 70 the second time round.
Yeah, I think it was worth just over $400 worth of savings of raising there last year.
Yeah, and it's a cool bit of a thing. People might be sort of going, well, like, who is this guy? What does he do? Why has Bill signed a hat and he's put his number 70 on it? Like, what does it mean for people out there? What's the history behind that?
So it's actually written down somewhere. I put me on the spot here, but I believe he was the first to do an 8-second quarter mile on a naturally aspirated engine, and he was the first person to get over 1,000 horsepower on a certain dyno back in the day. So this is back in the day as well. So
Yes.
1,000 horsepower is probably pretty common these days. But yeah, we're going back when the grass was probably a bit greener back then.
Well, you said it though in the wording, the first person to achieve 1,000 horsepower on a naturally aspirated motor that then went on to do an 8-second pass.
It's fairly quick. We've got a bit of a flourish of pit stops happening now.
We have, and I'm just having a bit of a glance over the times of some of those as well. So some people have been through just to do a quick splash and repair. They're obviously earlier on, like Daniel Stevens, who was in here earlier. He was in here only for 12.5 seconds. Matt Stevens was in just for 13 seconds. And then we've got Anthony Green, who's sat in here for the longest period so far as he exits now.
So they've done a driver change, I believe.
32, yep. So Anthony wasn't in the car before, so this is certainly going to change up my names and bits and pieces as well. Oh, and here we go. So Shane White.
Straight up the nose.
Oh, I forgot that he'd done that picture. Oh my gosh.
So I can see on the Zoom that Answer's got his serious face on. He's managed to join our Skype call.
There was a laugh and a half from last night that Shane had given us. Well, actually, I presented in Shane's screenshot, so thank you for that one, Shane. Shane is a co-commentator on the Tuesday night V8 Supercars racing alongside me, and then we go toe-to-toe usually on Thursday nights racing in the GT3 series, which we admin and create through the year as well. So Shane's now got his hands full of having Magna Tapnamara in behind him, and it looked like Sean must have been pretty close on timing coming out through the pit lane there. So I'm going to have a look and just make sure that there was no dramas earlier for Sean. Actually, there was a crash data of Sean on lap 10. I'm going to have a quick squiz at that. I reckon that might be a thing to do.
He's done himself a mischief.
Nothing like watching Sean crash. Oh, a lot of carry speed there. Oh, he nearly had it.
He just had
So it wasn't really
there.
it wasn't a crash as such. Oh gosh, look at that. He's trying to rip the rear wheels out, bouncing over the curbs. So he's dropped a bit of time there, so he's managed to get that. But he's actually done it twice. there was 2 crash starters, and I thought that was interesting to see. Oh, nearly a poor rejoin. Good thing he has his relative up, which he makes sure that everyone else is enforced on having during our racing league style. So good thing he was watching his one too.
Yep, lucky not to cause a catastrophe there.
Indeed. Indeed, indeed.
So how are our movers and shakers so far, Dougie? We've had a couple of guys up a few spots.
Well, looking at it here, I was just going to say Glenn was the biggest one out of that, but that could have been because some of our guys had already gone into the pits. He was showing 13 spots up there before. Looking now, that might likely come down a few as a few others come through. So actually, Cam Dance is now back in the pits, having done his stops. I was wondering why he was in there again, but that's right, he did a drive-through before. Devon Stove still carrying on there in the Iridium SimSports car. JT, look at that thing, it's up on one side getting some fresh tyres. Isn't that cool seeing those the motions of the car going through getting its tyres there, whereas we're used to seeing other cars just get put up on all 4 corners at the same time. The NASCAR does the single side lift, drop, round to the other side, single side lift and drop.
Yeah, what would be cooler is...
Matt Towns had a bit of a drama there.
Well, the fast repair happened pretty quick.
Yeah, we'll see what happened to Matt. I can't see any crash data, unless it was the one from lap 5 and he's driven all that time without a front end, so we'll have a quick gander at that. That's a big slide. That's a bigger slide. That's a rolling in front of traffic.
Yeah, he got off the road though. Good on you, mate.
So he hasn't had a drama there. Let's have a look a bit further down here. We've got some Shane White passing Matt Town for P18 a couple of laps ago. Matt is not in there. Oh, it's because he'll be in the pit lane, probably doing the repair thing. So maybe here, Glenn Wilkinson passing Matt for P11. And I can't pick that one. Alright, he's obviously been drafting hard in the Mustang, and the lightweight bonnet pins have decided to pull that off. I mean, it's a bit of strategy, I suppose. Sacrifice a wee bit of aero for some extra cooling, extra lightweight. I mean, the Fords have really got to take what they can get these days, especially with the lead number of cars out there. Our top 4 so far are all Chevys until we find Jordan's car, which is the first Mustang there, and actually must have been a teammate of Matt's. I'm assuming that's the same livery, unless it's very close to.
Yeah, Matt Town and Jordan Shaplin, they were originally in a team together and split up to a bit of rivalry between themselves. So we've had a few driver changes now, so there's a few new drivers have made their way into the cars. So Shane Banker's moving to one.
Okay, yep, I can see him there. So
Henry
he was
in the car as well.
Yep, part of that one. So Shane's now in that 803 car there, which was leading the race before. I think Henry King has jumped into that wagon. We've had Tom Frere jumping to the car on this one. What else? What other names am I seeing now that they've changed it? Ben Roberts sitting there in P2. So Luke Rosella, who was sitting in P2 before, behind Brad, is now at the front. But it's quite interesting to see that Luke's car during the pit stop was only in there for 30. Oh, that's why, because they haven't done a driver change. So that'll balance out again at some point. So it was 13 seconds pit stop for Luke just to be able to get some fresh tyre and fuels, and a 31 second all up for that tyres, fuel and driver swap there, which has brought Shane into the car. So looking at a couple others, so yeah, so Tom Freer there, as he has a battle with Henry King. He was another 31 second pit stop. Anthony Green, 32 seconds for him.
Yeah, Ants has been looking forward to this event. He's a big NASCAR fan, so getting a NASCAR out on something that doesn't just turn left is definitely up Ants' alley.
It is cool, yeah. I mean, obviously, growing up here in New Zealand, NASCAR wasn't really a thing that we followed. Probably got a few more people interested in following it coming up now, with some particular drivers looking at changing over from V8 supercars to NASCAR series in the near future. But yeah, I mean, it was certainly a bit of a mind blow to me when I realised that they didn't just do left-hand down racing; that they also did some circuit racing as well. Where they had the ability to turn right that wasn't usually intuitive of counter steer.
Yeah, and they've still got weird rules though. We're not going to knock on the Americans for their weird rules, but yeah, NASCAR isn't one of the most exciting things to watch for me, but I do enjoy a good NASCAR crash. They're always very entertaining to see.
100%. I mean, you can even just look, like looking inside these cars, it's all a bit odd from what we're used to seeing too. And they have another view from behind the driver. I don't think that one's might not have loaded very well. There's one for. So that's pretty much sitting right on the top of the helmet there. Get rid of that for a second.
So it looks to be like everybody has joined us in our event Discord too, which is pretty cool. So we'll be looking forward to having some chats with some races a bit later on.
Yeah, there we go. We've had a couple of people at home say that the stream might be a little bit quiet, so I've just turned our volumes up a little bit, and just let us know whether or not you think that's done a bit better for you. If it's not, we can certainly try and go a little bit higher again.
I believe I'm pretty known for being pretty quiet.
And I have got you manually turned up on my other side too, so it could be that you just need to announce your words a little bit louder.
I'll put the mic in my mouth, Dougie.
You gotta love Scott, eh?
Attention to detail.
100%. Yes, we can see that too there, Scott. The steering column doesn't turn. Maybe it's internally sleeved.
And we've had a few donations come in. I'm just trying to get to our Gmail to see what's happening there.
Nice. Awesome. Cheers, Pricey. He's just giving us an update, just saying sounds better now, boys. Thank you. It's always good if if you're able to control the volume by being able to turn us down a little bit, certainly hard when you've got the volume maxed out and you're struggling to hear it. Scotty, yeah, sure. He believes it could be fly-by-wire, electric steering.
The 22 raffles left, folks.
22, wicked stuff. So where can those guys go to find the link to that one?
For the raffle, I did post it in the YouTube chat, so you should be able to copy that out. I just had to leave the first part of the URL out just to so YouTube didn't pick it off.
Okay, I never saw that come through.
Yep, no, it's still up there. It's just form.jotform.com and then a number at the back of it.
I'm gonna say I believe you. What I might do is, because I can see where you've put 23 tickets left, but I can't see where you've put the other bit. If you want to flick it to me, I'll dump it into the live chat here, just in case there's a crossover between the two chat systems.
Yep, no, that's no worries.
There we go. So Matt Stevens still going on by. Zach Went Smith there. He's coming in through to the pit lane, making sure that he hits that orange cone at the right speed, which I think is 60 is the limit here. Now there was some chat that these cars don't have a pit like a pit speed limit. Is that correct? They've got to manually hold that speed?
They do have a pit limiter. It's awkward. You've got to get it in second gear and hold your tongue out to the left and whatnot. But if you turn automatic pit lane limiter on, it works a lot easier. Yeah, we had some dramas getting it working earlier on in the week and realised that if you turn the auto on, you have absolutely no dramas at all. So hope some of the teams have followed my race briefing and have got that down.
Very good. So just reminding me, I just had to get rid of the HTTP bit off the front. Is that right?
Yeah, I think you get away with that.
Tickets link for Jinx, Shifter, Raphael. Please put your own HTTP in the form. Space.
No, you don't even need to put your own HTTP there. The form.jotform works perfect.
Oh, well, there we go. Correction. So 20, it sounds like about 22 tickets left of that. $20. Get yourself into win my prize. That's that one there. It's not my prize. It's a Jinx Shifter. There's the raffle. That's wicked. It's just great. Anodized black. It'll go with anything.
It's very
You could even gift it. You could gift it to your wife for Christmas. It'll match almost any of her outfits, guaranteed. If she says she doesn't know what to do with it, maybe you've got other issues going on that you may need to talk to someone else about.
Well, of course, that's what today is all about, and that is making sure that you do talk to your mates, and so that's important. And if you've got a friend and you're worried about them, and your instincts are probably right, and this event has been about encouraging people to talk to their friends, and it's okay to not be okay, and that there's going to be plenty more on that to come through, and especially with what Ritchie's doing. yeah, mental health in this country, it needs all the help it can get, and every little bit helps. So yeah, if you're wanting to donate today, there's the donation link floating around. I'm sure everybody's been sharing that about from the Discord. As
Nice.
we're getting some donations coming through. So yeah, at the moment it's a bit hard for me to tell what they're doing, whether they're raffle tickets or donations. So I've just got to sort of sort through that.
No, awesome. That's very cool. So yeah, so talking about talking to people, just remember, it's also appropriate to hug your homies, which we've got on the back of Sean's car there, which he would probably be wondering why his driving suddenly turned to custard. So nobody tell him that we're on board with him at the moment, because commentator's curse usually has that effect, as Corey found out for the first time on Thursday night as he bestowed his own commentator's curse directly upon myself.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Doug. And that didn't make it on the live stream, did it? Or was it before it got cut out?
I think it might have been just beforehand, so it was a lucky thing. Yeah, I'd been thinking about possibly going back through and re-streaming the replay and doing a bit of a commentary over top, just so that one's out there, because it was a cool race at a very cool track on Thursday night, a new one to iRacing. So I certainly feel that it should be immortalised in YouTube goodness. But yeah, give your homies a hug your homies, talk to a mate, talk to a friend, talk to the dog, talk to the cat, talk to somebody.
Yeah, definitely talk to somebody if you're feeling that. If you're feeling anything like that, that's definitely 100% how we feel. And getting together in sim racing is one of those things. So that another reason this event even started, it stemmed from conversations with fellow sim racers, and all wanting to make a wee difference, and how this event has evolved over the years in different ways as well. And it's been an absolute joy to be a part of, on my part, helping out these charities, seeing what they're doing with the funds that we've used.
Exactly. So it's just been awesome to know that over the last 4 years, this being the 4th year running, that we've been able to get together as a bunch of guys that are into motorsport in some way, shape or form, and we've all come here to race with the intention of knowing that we're here to raise money for charity. There was a team entrance cost, which goes directly into that one as well. I thought it was pretty fair and reasonable donation to enter, and it's good to see that some teams are going out and they don't look at that as a team donation. They all take that on board as almost as an individual donation towards the entry fee. Others have gone as far as putting up the old crowdfunding, the bits and pieces like that, saying, putting the word out, letting people know I'm racing, get them behind me, race in front of me, so then I can pass it on onto the charity as well, so that's all cool bits and pieces, or just linking through and just saying support me by donating directly to the charity in question. So it's great, it really is great. We never know which one of ourselves or our mates or our family members, friends or friends of friends that may need to access that support from time to time. But yeah, I'm certainly happy knowing that we're doing our part. It puts a nice wee cap over the heart, knowing that we're doing such a cool thing.
Yeah, making a small difference is making a difference. If it helps one person, then you've succeeded.
100%. Now, World of Mitch has said, let's go Tom, and I'm looking down through the list and I can only see this Tom here. So unless he spelt Tom wrong and it's Tim, I'm going to assume this is the Tom that he's after.
Yep, that's Tom Frere, teamed up with Jamie Stovold. I did see that person there was rooting for Jamie a little bit earlier.
Wicked.
A little bit of a quiet period in the race. It's things have sort of gotten underway. Everybody sort of settled into their spots. We've got a few guys that are sort of keeping close to each other. So looks like Shane is up behind Benjamin Roberts, who was getting harassed for his setup last night in the practice session, and I believe.
Yeah, and funnily enough, just as we clicked onto Shane there, he missed the shift. He was in prime position, sitting on the rear bumper to do some good drafting along this last section of high-speed straightaway, which has got a couple of kinks in it. But he just bogged for half a second and missed the shift from, I think, second to third. So clawed his way back onto the back. But yeah, even so, interesting to see, you know, even these guys who are professional racing drivers can jump in any car and do good fun things. Sometimes the gear that you're running with is enough to hamper the greatness. We've all had equipment failure from time to time, and I suppose you consider it's the same as having real world drama in the car. Bent steering arms and steering columns that feel loose and not moving, to slapping the tyre on the wall and having that toe damage to the wheel where it's not facing quite forward. Shane just giving one of the guys from that is at Hoss Motorsport Hoss Motorsport at the House of Simulation Sports there in Timaru, a wee rub and nudge. I'm just trying to find where car number 20 is on the list. This one here. So there's Tim doing the thing.
It could be Tim. I'm not too sure. I've reached out to Ash, so if anybody knows where Ash is, can you get him to contact me?
Have a look down through the list of drivers here. I don't see him hiding.
I did drag him in here. He was up in our admin chat there, but no, that's all right. We'll hear from him soon enough.
Very good. Oh, that's not too bad of a thing. What else have we got happening out and about? So let's go back to Tom for a minute. Mitch can see what he's up to. We'll even go inside the car and see how Tom's faring, keeping this big bad boy under control.
Bit of a flurry of pit stops again. We've got a Cam Dance back in the pits.
Yep. Well, keep an eye on how long he's in there for, but Matt Stevens, Devon Stove and Zach Wentz-Smith all in there at the moment. Reese Tamanui is in there too.
A 14-second stop for Cam.
Yeah, he's on his way back out.
29 for Matt, I believe.
Looking at that though, I'm pretty sure he was through at about what we quoted was around that lap 9 or 10, so maybe this is they're just trying to find that balance of limitation between what's good for the tyres and what's good for fuel before it starts counteracting its benefit by falling off traction and stuff like that.
So Ash will currently be driving Tim Dossett as Tim Dossett, so if we go find that, we'll have a bit of a laugh. There's where Ash is, we've found him.
Hey Ash! Commentator's curse, you see.
Let's jump out of the car and check some of his lines here. He told me he had a bit of a practice using Gran Turismo 7 the other night. So not quite the iRacing, but yeah.
Gran Turismo 5, I believe he said.
Oh, right.
I said, do you still have a PlayStation 3? I think it's on PlayStation 4, that one.
Well, here he is coming up to Indy, so yeah, It's doing all right so far.
Let's have a look from here. This will give us a good overview of his approach to some of our corners.
I can see from the picture he sent me, he's got the racing line on just to keep himself in the right spot on the track.
Is that why he's racing down the middle of the track?
Yeah. But we will forgive Ash for that, being a complete rookie to iRacing. So in the Tim Dossett team, we've Michael Brown, Nathan Kippenberger, Ash Ronald, and Tim Dossett. So all Timaru locals, all friends. Had the pleasure of meeting all of them guys, and yep, top guys. And there's some
Nice.
other Timaru guys racing in I believe Hamish's car. Hamish Brader, I think.
This one here on screen now. And he's actually pulled out. He's behind the safety truck.
Oh, there we go. We've got our first safety truck for the day.
So that's there, Nick. He'll be. I believe they said they were going to be doing some wave arounds and bits and pieces like that, isn't it?
Yeah. So anybody a lap down will get a wave around, and I would suggest you get on it and get back around behind the field to get your lap back. I haven't seen any bribes coming in yet, so obviously everyone's sort of taking it a little bit easy at the moment.
Yep. So we've actually had Brad Newman back in the car. We've got Ritchie Stanaway jumping into car number 1 there now, and both of those team cars rolling out, and Ritchie's actually jumped Brad on the exit. Tom Ferrer's in there now, getting some freshies put on. Jordan Sharplin in and out. 15 seconds stop for him. Andrew Dyson pulling up now. Cam Dance coming back in to do his stop.
Is Shane or Sean, are they still in the car?
So down the order, we've actually now got Bill in that car there.
That might be a good time to get Shane up here, I reckon.
We could do that.
I've got him in my grasp, unannounced,
Cool.
and just dragging him up if I so far away from the broadcast channel. I might have to move us down closer to them.
You could do that if you like.
I can. It's moving slowly. He spent a bit of time in Limbo Land, but he made it here in the end. Hello, Shane White. Or he's away from his computer.
How are you? Shane's away from his computer as well.
Oh, there we go. There's Shane. How are you, man? How was that first stint?
Yeah, it was good. Made a couple of little bit of mistakes. Got a mecha tap on the way out of the pits. And then dropped away from him a little bit after he got past us. But yeah, clean stint, no spins. So reasonably happy with that.
Yeah. So the Vagisil car is performing as required so far.
Yeah, absolutely cleanly. Although it wasn't too clean after we got a hit on the parade lap, but that is what it is.
It's you started the race, didn't you, Shane?
No, Blake started the race.
Wow, we might have missed him entirely then. He can't have done too long in the car then.
He did till we had just under a lap left of fuel.
So how have your laps been? You've been getting 10 laps out of a tank?
We got obviously a bit less in that first stint just due to the parade laps, but I think we're on track to get 10 this stint before we came in early with the safety car.
Right, cool. How's Bill been feeling about getting into the car?
Oh, he's not sounding overly confident, but you know Bill, he tends to talk himself down a little bit and then does pretty well, so...
Yep. Yeah, he certainly does do that. We were talking earlier about Bill's hat. Bill's hat. That's there on Trade Me. That's still up at the moment for people to get get on board with. So you know, more importantly, the history of Bill and you racing alongside him. He's certainly a good teammate to have, isn't he?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely, absolute legend in drag racing. And great that we're able to race alongside him in this event and through SuperCars NZ. So if you want a bit of memorabilia, grab that SuperCars NZ hat signed by Bill Kilger, and yeah.
Do you know what? There was even some talk about getting the good buggers who had previously previous owners of the hat and current owner of the hat to get their signatures on board the hat as well, because another one of those ex-ownees has a bit of racing pedigree behind his name, and the other one is just an all-round good bugger and has been a huge advocate of supporting mental health in the past as well, as far as the I Am Hope and gumboot awareness. Charity Trust is ones we've supported in the past, so I think we could make it a legendary status hat by getting those guys to sign it, and we never know what might happen with that hat in the near future, whether it might come up for raffle or auction again.
Yeah, I think it'll be really cool to get Pricey and Steve-O on there, but obviously Steve-O's already handed it on without having signed it, so it'd have to get back to him to get his signature on board. But yeah, really cool stuff with how that's gone. It obviously went up for auction the first time last year. Steve won it and then put it back up for auction, and Pricey won it, and this year Pricey decided to chuck it up again, so really cool.
Yeah, no, certainly really, really cool. So obviously we have the unsafety truck out there at the moment, the Rise Above unsafety truck. It's got all our sponsors and supporters for the event out there. It's looking cool. They're getting a few guys waved on by, so I don't know whether that will apply to you guys or not, or whether you're sitting comfortably there in position 18.
I believe we're currently on the lead lap. I didn't see the leader go past us at any point, but I'm not at my computer right now. I'm making myself some lunch, so.
No, you're well, unless it's a liquid lunch, because I heard you raiding your beer fridge, mate. If you want to know how good your mic is,
I have been on the beers since the start of practice, but I am having some actual solid lunch as well.
Oh, good. Well, speaking of drinks, I'm not going to go for the alcoholic option, but I am going to go for the cold can of Monster Energy coffee. It's a good time to get up and stretch the legs while the unsafety truck is out and about.
Because it sounds like they're restarting.
Yeah, he'll only do one lap behind the safety car and get everyone back underway again. So those guys that get a wave around, you want to be getting your ass into gear and getting around that track.
Don't mind me as I now run back to my to my computer to see the restart. And there it is. So looking off the back of Ben Roberts' car there, with Ritchie Stanaway behind him, and then their teammate Brad Newman in third. Looks like everyone's been able to get away fairly cleanly there. No big dramas there at the back. Let's have a look off the back of Tom Frere's car. Teammates doing their thing. Battles still happening between these guys, Zach and Cam, from earlier. Henry King hasn't been able to separate away from that bunch.
Henry's a smart racer too, so he'll be sitting back and waiting for somebody to make a mistake. He won't do anything silly. He'll keep it fairly clean.
Bill's managed to move up a position, and he's now got a Glenn Wilkinson looking at wanting to battle it out with him. Let's have a look at what's happening here from above. The draft is on.
The draft orgy, can we call it?
Draft orgy?
Yeah, it's more than two.
Oh,
It's a draft
3 wide.
threesome.
Oh, don't close the door on each other.
Oh!
Oh,
They full kept it. The full kept it
Yeah.
together.
How have they done that? That's amazing. Going sideways at 330 odd kilometres an hour and holding it.
That's butt clenching stuff.
oh, and now teammates wanting to look at possibly having a. Whoa, there we go. So, the old saying, safety cars breed safety cars. I think we've narrowly avoided a redo on that one, but currently Ritchie Stanaway over Brad Newman, Benjamin Roberts there in third, waiting to see these two guys pip each other out. Tom's got a bit of breathing space back to him. Andrew Dyson, the vacuum man, he's sitting there in fifth, and he's got Jordan Sharplin all over his backside. Maybe he needs to turn the vacuum cleaner around the other way and try and pull himself forward. Zach doing his thing, closing in on the back of that group. Cam Dancewell is still tight into this group. This restart has certainly really well and truly bunched everyone back up together again. Going a bit further down the order, we've got Stonesy in the car now that was racing with Sean McNamara before. He's a couple ahead of your team there, Shane.
Yeah, and I've been hanging out in the same chat as Stonesy and Sean down there, and I can tell you a bit of backstory there as to why Jared's only just got into the car. He was meant to be in, or I think Sean was expecting to get out after the first stint, and then Jared wasn't quite ready because he was expecting Sean to do a double, so Sean had to go again. But we found they made up a significant amount of time by not doing the driver change, so there actually is a benefit to be gained by staying in the car.
Okay, yep. And just ahead of him is another rather cool person. This is one for you there, Corey.
Yep, one of my favourite SimAbility boys, and Kristen is one of the ones that is using the SimAbility ham controls, which we've been hoping to get some video footage of that at some point so we can share that with everybody. And yeah, so it's pretty cool to hear their story too. How both of them, I think Dan is the other one, correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, the two of them both in wheelchairs after pretty serious back injuries. And
Wow.
obviously, yeah, being wheelchair bound can be tough on the mental health. And getting out there with your mates and doing a race like this for a big cause was pretty big to them, and they were pretty proud. They were the second team to enter the race as well. So
Nice.
yeah, pretty cool by them boys. Team West Racing.
Yeah, that's cool. Just Jared was having a good bit of a poke at getting onto the back of Kristen there, and so I just thought it'd be cool to have a look at that one. But sitting closer to Jared is actually Glenn, so that's in the draft space there now.
It'd be interesting to see.
Pocketing it into fifth gear. Nice.
Be interesting to see how Glenn's doing. He's one of our solo drivers today, racing by himself after his teammate has had to pull out for whatever reason there is. Fairly good bit of draft here, hitting 340 kilometers an hour. Surely, here we go. The double dip.
And that's how the draft takes effect. And right off looking like he was wanting to blend in back in behind that one, but he almost looks like he's going to try and hold a defensive line coming down into the braking point here. Don't know if he's going to be able to be alongside enough to make it work, but a bit of a dip and a bit of a look. It's got Glenn thinking, was he going to make it into a move? Jared making his car go all kinds of sideways there, and he's now lost those two positions that he had got by. We won't see him sitting back there for too long. What it's done though is that drop away has allowed Bill to close in a little bit closer to that pack. He can feel it. You can almost see him gripping the steering wheel with angered passion, and that looks a bit like this. There's angered passion in those knuckles. Can you see that, Shane?
I absolutely can.
Because we all know if Bill's able to get past any of those guys, he certainly won't make it easy for them to get back by. Bill has a very odd tendency of making any car that he drives into about 3.5 foot wider at each corner, all the while still maintaining its Chew Racing pedigree sleek greyhound. Certainly a sheep in wolf's clothing, our Bill. At the front, we still have Ritchie in the number 1 Lobs entry vehicle there. Corey, did you have any, was there any cool driver bios for these teams? We might be able to have a bit of a readout as we tick down through some of the cars. Oh, no, actually, Corey's disappeared. It's just me and you, Shano. Back to the old days.
Yeah.
Don't know where he's gone.
I am trying to eat my lunch at the same time, so if it's a bit quiet in here and Doug's having to do most of the talking, that's why.
I like how you just casually handed that plate back to me. No, thank you. I do not care for the carrots and hummus. Oh, I'll just do what I normally do. Just keep talking.
You're good at that. Old paragraph, Doug.
Old paragraph, Doug. Yep. Well, writing paragraphs at the moment. Story writer. Andrew has managed to flick the vacuum cleaner around the other way. I believe, and Corey will be able to support it when he gets back soon, is that Anthony is doing a solo drive today. He's one of about maybe 3 or 4 out there doing the effort solo. They split what was a team into individual drivers. One to be able to hold bragging rights over teammates, and 2 just to help build just those last couple of car numbers that we wanted out on track. So big credit to those guys doing that one. This man here, Cam Dance, is one of them. I know for certain, and I think, not too sure, but I think Matt Town might be another one there as well, and he's sitting in spot number 11. But just saw a couple of things happening there. Where we got Matt Town passing Zach Smith and Ayrton Smith for positions, so we'll just have a quick squiz back and see how that unfolded. Oh, so someone's actually had a bit of a drama by the look of it.
Yeah, that's a pretty beat up looking car there.
Right, Shay, we will let you get back to your lunch, and we're going to have a chat with Macca next. He's waiting in the waiting room down here.
Sounds good. Cheers, guys.
So, cheers, Shano. It's been a pleasure as always. Thank you, mate.
Yep, we'll talk to you in a wee bit.
Looking forward to it.
John McNamara.
Here he is, folks. He's on the ropes of the ring. He's ready to come out swinging. It's the Macca Namara.
Oh, what an intro! I don't know about it.
Well, I thought I had to. Okay. So here we go, folks. Here's the scurvy dog.
Wow, even names. Even calling me names here. Hey, I spun a few times and I get ridiculed. It's like, wow.
No, I was meaning Leon.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I don't even know what I've walked into, but hello.
Leon's done my paint for me, so I think he messed up the bonnet somehow. It's got some hideous creature on it.
So that's actually you.
Well, no one knows this. They don't know who I am.
I picked it.
I think they will do after that bloody photo, mate. I think you're in for it.
Oh, it's fun.
You're gonna have to be fending off all the chicks, man. I don't know what you're gonna
I'll
do.
tell you what, if anyone wants a motorboat, that's what it looks like.
Certainly does.
So if we spin this round the other way, I think it's that one there. There he is, folks.
Oh, you don't have to share it. Oh,
The chin himself.
I actually haven't seen the stream yet, so I've been busy racing.
You've been on a few times.
It's a motorboat. That's what a motorboat looks like. In a quick shot.
Mid
motorboat is what you call that. Anyway, how's the streaming going? Has it been a little bit action packed, or has it been a little bit?
We got 35 watching currently, and hello to those 35 people. 36 went up.
I did see a couple of blokes going 3 wide there into that corner. That almost could have ended up a bit hairy.
Was that after the restart? And that was the guys, and I'm thinking about positioned 4, 5, and 6.
I believe so. Yeah, someone shifted over a wee bit, and we almost had a big one.
I believe it was this one here.
You can go to another camera, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that one's good.
That's better. That's way better. Ooh. I had a moment with the old Andrew at the start.
So that's still under the safety truck. So it wasn't him.
Oh, who's there a bit wide? Lighting up the wheels. Everyone's lighting up the wheels. Someone's letting someone go.
Yeah, coming out of that corner. There's some people have been running out wide and they've been dragging the dirt onto the track. So that might be just to give yourself that extra car width inside line.
Yep.
On that one. It was a really cool restart with 3 of those guys going 3 wide down the straightaway.
Yeah, looked pretty impressive.
And
21 raffle tickets left, lads.
Only 21. Well done, Corey. You and Ash have put on an amazing event here, mate. We're proud of you.
Yep, very much so. In fact, I might have to go and get a couple of raffle tickets myself.
Got to be in to win, my friend, and it's a pretty sweet shifter too.
I have just got a new shifter, but I'm certainly not going to say no if that comes through.
I'd definitely take your other one off your hand.
Yeah, I'm sure you would.
You can sell the one you got for the raffle price anyway, couldn't you?
Well, that is very true.
Yeah.
That is very true.
So Corey's just announced 21 tickets left of the raffle, and I've gone and put a link to the form where you can go grab that straight out of the live chat there, plaster that into your search bar, and that'll go and link you towards being able to grab one of these cool things as a prize, which Sean's happy about as I go back to live, and his mug was still sitting there.
Oh my god, I know. It's special. I mean,
so I've put the challenge out there, Leon, and I've said if I win this prize, which I have, no secrets, I've affectionately called Doug's prize here as the labelling of it here for the stream. If I win it, I'm not planning on keeping it.
What are you going to do with it? Give it to me. Oh, cheers, man. Legend.
I'll happily give it to you, Sean, if you come along to the Trade Me page that I'll be listing it on,
yes,
and purchase it for the highest amount, because then those funds I'm going to be passing straight back on to Rise Above.
Oh, wow. That's a really nice effort. I mean, if I win it, I'm not doing that. 100%. I'm keeping it. Just saying. But that's very nice. I mean,
what we might even be able to do is we could get that prize, and we could possibly put a couple of SuperCars NZ stickers on there and a Virtual Motorsport one on the other side, and rebox it up and send it off to the lucky person. They'll know who it's come come from and what it was affiliated to, and
yeah, I'd quite enjoy that when I get it.
I've actually got a
we rise above sticker on top on where the thumb would go.
I've got quite a few Jinx Shifters stickers just from my time in the out at racing sims there. I always used to any that were lying around, I pocket them, and I've got one in the centre of my steering wheel, my Jinx shifter steering wheel. Yep, made by Logitech.
Nice.
Only the finest.
I have a Diverse Technologies New Zealand sticker underneath my Thrustmaster wheel.
How are we going on our Skype call? Have the boys managed to see anything yet? We jump on a driver. Ants is in there.
Yeah, so we've got I can pin ants, and I can click on this thing over here, and that'll give us ants.
Here he is. Ants is using his phone, and he's in Levin in the North Island there.
Levin.
I wouldn't have picked that with that hairdo.
He has
Jokes
got all
ants.
concentration on there, doesn't he?
He fully does.
He does.
He's ready to go.
He does. We've got we've got a few people hiding in here.
Yeah, I'm not too sure who the other one is. So this is me. I've changed my aspect ratio to see if it'd make it any better.
Who's that good looking man?
That's Ants.
Oh.
We're not sure who the guest user is who hasn't named their name. And,
Yeah, I know who that is. We should all know. Who's a good looking man? Who's a good looking man?
I know who this man is here.
Hey.
We'll have a talk to him a bit later on, but
Yeah.
that's our Connor Nixon over in Australia, and he's the man with the story. Another one who has faced some challenges in life.
Don't hide. Don't you hide.
Hasn't let sim racing hold him
instead of receding hairline.
Love you, Connor. We'll come and have a chat to you soon.
Get back. Come back. He didn't like seeing himself there, I think.
Yeah.
So he's obviously got the stream up on one screen.
He's pretty good at doing it. He came along to that special event earlier in the year where he did Bathurst as a solo, and he was still able to write messages into the live chat while he was running through that. So while leading the race.
Yeah, pretty impressive, wasn't it? Yeah, very impressive.
I find it hard enough trying to coordinate getting my socks on the right feet, let alone racing in first place in a 6-hour event as a solo and typing into a chat at the same time.
Do you still wear a helmet to bed?
I have to.
Yeah.
It stops me dribbling on the pillow.
Yeah.
You're picking from the South Island of Strange, aren't you?
Well, yes. Yes, we are. We would be to you Northies. But I think we are number you hit.
Yeah, we do.
I mean, obviously Christchurch is far superior, mate. It's quite obvious. We withstood an earthquake, mate. We can do it.
Yeah, fast spirit.
Well, I mean, even Corey knows what's good for himself, moving away from harbour town of Timaru to Christchurch. So.
You know what they say, home is where the heart is.
All right. I'm gonna go and check in with me mate. See how he's going. Yeah, no worries. I'll come back later and see how you guys are going. Doing a stellar job.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll probably do the same. I'll love you and leave yous, but yeah, good to come up and have a wee chat, and I'll be keeping an eye on and cheerleading for Sean and Stonesy. So
yeah,
that's
perfect stuff.
All right, thanks, boys.
Thank you very much, gents.
No worries.
Get your raffle ticket.
Yeah, get raffle tickets, everyone. Get a raffle ticket.
Yep, raffle tickets. There's 21 there.
$50 if you win. $50.
Win Sean's prize.
Righto, boys.
See you lads.
I would like to think that you might be able to pop down and have a chat to one of the Team West guys quickly while I have a wee talk about some of the racing and see if we can convince one of them to, if they've got a webcam, to go and jump on that Skype call for us, or if not, at least be able to drag them up into the broadcasting tent for a quick chat.
That sounds like a good idea. First of all, I'm going to move the broadcasting lounge down in our chat so I don't have to go so far.
I wondered whether that's what you were doing before. So still these two having a great battle between each other. I'm assuming obviously teammates there with slightly changed up liveries. Benjamin Roberts of the white, red, black ensemble, and Andrew Dyson here in the black, red, black. Very cool looking liveries there on those two cars. Doing their thing. They're sort of about the closest ones out there on track at the moment. We've got Jacob O'Reilly, a teammate of Connor Nixon, who will be touching base with him through the stream as well. It's next level racing on that car. Vermilion Motorsport, I believe Racecrafts as well, who's also one of the sponsors of today's event out of Australia. It's all really cool. Much appreciate all the love from those guys who've come on board to help out through the event. We've got Ayrton Smith here in the Iridium car. I quite like the look of that one. That's a nice colour combination. Looks the money there, guys. And he's closing in on Matt Town, who's doing this event as a solo, I'm pretty sure. Empty Autosports there, car number 98. Looking good. So this is now Zachary Vosbloom there. He has just taken over from that other car. Sorry, from that other driver there, and that's the 168. So he's actually come out in between Bill Kilger, just ahead of him, and Kristen, who we call Right Off. He calls himself Right Off. I've never actually been able to find out why that name came through, but there might be a story behind why he's got that name. But yeah, Kristen Jenkins there, some abilities from Team West Racing, doing pretty good. They managed to keep themselves out of drama through that event. Yeah, just at the front here, Ritchie and Brad doing their thing, still pushing themselves ahead. It's good to see these teams working together, but at the same time that there's still such a very close amount of racing taking place with the other guys. So Benjamin Roberts there in third and Andrew Dyson in fourth. They're only just a touch under 3 seconds away from being on the back of them, so they'll be trying to do just as much as what those guys ahead of them are doing by bump drafting along, trying to get that extra little bit of speed out of each other to help close that margin back up again. And yeah, and then there's Jordan Sharplin here, looking to be able to make the move down the inside-outside of Tom Frere. He's actually been able to make that pass stick. Coming down into the braking point though, it's not gone too well. It's got him pushed sideways. I imagine he'll probably look at redressing that maybe, unless he feels that he didn't do anything wrong. No fault. Wait until race control have a look at it and see what they think. There could be a drive-through announcement taking place on that one. We'll keep an eye on that one out very soon. Zachary Vosbloom there has been able to make a pass on Bill Kilger. So how are we looking, Corey? Did we have a bit of joy with our guys down there, or were we going to have a bit of a chat to Connor Nixon? Who have you managed to wrangle up for us?
We're going to have a chat with Kristen when he gets out of the car. We've got Ash just sorting out some mics, and we're going to have Ash and Ritchie are going to join us. So Ritchie Hardcore, if you're just tuning in or you've just tuned in recently, we're raising funds for Rise Above Charitable Trust, which is run by Ritchie Hardcore. He's a former Muay Thai kickboxing New Zealand champion and mental health advocate. No formal qualification, but he's lived the life and is now using what he has learnt growing up to help others. So we'll hear more from Ritchie about what Rise Above do shortly. He'll be with Ash, who I believe is he's just got out of a stint in the car, so we'll be able to find out how he feels mentally after doing what would be close to 10 laps around Le Mans, the long road in France.
Wow. And it's actually really impressive to see. So I have just seen Andrew Dyson give his teammate just the most gentlest of bumps that's helped accelerate his car further forward by about another 3 kilometres an hour, and that's allowed Andrew's car to stay absolutely tapped out, doing 345, 347 odd kilometres an hour as well. So bumping him along, and then the counter of it is that he gets pulled forward just a little bit further again, and then as the headwind takes the effect of the car in front, just starts coming back again and giving them another nudge along. So they're keeping that gap to those guys in front down to, well, they've actually brought that gap down. It was sitting at 2.5 seconds, and there's now just a touch over 2 second gap to Brad Newman in front, who's actually had a bit of a wheel lock up coming down into that corner. And you can see the cost that it's had as he's actually fallen away from his teammate a wee bit, which won't be too hard for them to readdress that, but it'll mean Ritchie having to sacrifice a wee bit of that team gain that they had. Lap traffic doing a good thing of keeping out of the way. I believe that's Hamish Brader of Haas Motorsport's car there, so I'm not too sure who's in that car at the moment, but it's cool to see them doing their thing, lapping around.
We should have some video footage of in the sim centre shortly when Ash gets everything all hooked up. So yeah, looking forward to seeing what's going on down there at Haas Motorsports, and a big shout out to anybody watching from down there.
Now I see how you've now fallen for my trap, and you're calling it Haas Motorsport as well.
Oh yes, I have. Yes, yeah. Well, Haas is the short, like VMNZ. Haas.
Yeah.
Easier to. It looks like whoever's in that car is going to come in for a pit stop, and it'll be cool to get some footage of the pit stop happening down there at House of Sports Simulation in Timaru.
Well, that's the thing. It's because they're not doing a virtual driver swap in the car. They're doing a physical one. So while that car's going through the motions of fuel and tyre going on board, you can literally imagine someone clawing their way out through the passenger side window, and a new person getting into that seat and buckled in. So they're looking at that time frame. They're still sitting there, so if they're not doing a virtual driver swap, they're certainly inside the bounds of keeping within that time frame. But I think they might have been penalised a wee bit with their pit lane entry before. They didn't quite get it pulled up coming in and shortcutted part of that pit entry across the gravel. So it looks like they've gone and taken possibly a 30 to 40 second iRacing time penalty for that one. Their total time there in the pits was 54 seconds. Battle here between Rideoff and Matt Stevens. Matt Stevens of the Pookie Boys getting down the inside quite comfortably. Christian's car possibly a wee bit hampered. I'm not too sure. I'll have a quick look inside. No, it seems to be okay. Just going through the motions. Taking it very cautiously.
Yeah, slow and steady could win the race at the end of the day.
Well, this is what I was saying before, like the balance of the car, you might be able to get a total of 10 laps out of a tank of gas, but what's that like for the tyres of the car? When does the balance of running out a tank of gas outweigh the benefit to the loss of the tyre grip?
Yeah, the tyres go long. So the tyres, obviously the tyre model for oval racing. So I'm guessing the guys could be getting two stints out of a set of tyres, maybe 3.
Well, I mean, you consider it. Okay, yes, they're made for oval racing and high rotational speed and lasting that. But how do they fare at circuit racing, where you're demanding them at this point a heavy braking point, from 340 odd kilometres an hour down to 90, and then putting them back up to a couple of 100k and then back down to about 100. And then that change of direction, left and right all the time, as well. So I don't know who that was. That was just off in the sand.
Ash has joined us in here, but he's muted, so we'll see if he pipes up. Are you there, Ash?
Yeah, bro, we're here. What's happening?
You here? Yep. So we've got Ash and Ritchie down at House of Sports Simulation in Timaru.
Yeah, we do. Having a bit of fun here too. We've got a couple of guys racing, a few people visiting and so forth. So no, it's going epic actually. We're pretty stoked to have Ritchie here with us as well. A whole new experience for him.
Yeah, I've never done anything like this before. Thank you.
Wicked.
Yeah, it's cool, man. I'm like, it's been a long time since I played like Gran Turismo, you see. So yeah, technology's gotten a lot better since I was last behind, a simulated race car. Yeah, it's amazing. It's an amazing community you guys have.
And your flight down was pretty seamless today, and you've made your way to Timaru pretty easily with no drama.
Oh yeah, no dramas, man. Yeah, a little detour actually because there's a car accident ahead of us, unfortunately. But yeah, it's been a beautiful day down here in Timaru, man. Yeah, I'm really appreciative of the effort that Ash and yourselves and the team have gone to, Corey. So thank you, man.
We've just noticed our car hit the wall.
I hope that's not my fault.
Have you had a wee drive? He has, yeah.
Yeah, not in the race.
Not in this race. Yeah, I didn't want to embarrass myself, but I had a good time in one of the sims up here. It's good. I don't know if I made a full lap, but I was trying my best. It's a good time. You're gonna be fit, right?
And you got many people down there?
Yeah, we've got a good crowd kind of in and out all day, so it's been cool actually.
So we've got 19 raffle tickets left, mate.
Okay, right, we'll sell some raffle tickets. I like it. So how many hours we got to sell them?
Well, yeah, so we'd like to sell it out before the end of the race, and then once the race finishes, we can go live on Virtual Motorsport with an interesting way to announce the winner. We'll figure that one out off here though.
Piece of equipment, cool piece of gear. No, that sounds cool. We'll push that around here as well. So how's the race going, guys? We've had a bit of we've been stuck behind the wheel and walking around the streets of Timaru, showing Ritchie around and meeting a few people for his talk on Monday, which is going to be pretty cool. Found a couple of young fellas that are at Boys High, so we got the down low on what's happening there. So Ritchie's all about his public speaking for them on Monday, which will be fun.
Yeah, so Ritchie, do you want to tell us a little bit about what you're about and what Rise Above's about?
Yeah, sure.
But sorry, just cut you off there for a second, Ritchie.
Yeah.
Because I'll just get Ash just to quickly just have a look at the position of your mic, and maybe if we can just get it a little bit closer to your mouth. It just sounded just a little bit faded in the background there. So while before you give us the full rundown of what you're up to, the people at home will have a good knowing of it.
How's that? Does that sound better?
That's good. We will go with that one. Thank you, Ash, and Ritchie, to you. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so I started the charity a couple of years ago off the back of some work that I was just donating, working with people from the justice system and drug and alcohol rehabilitation, and increasingly I'm having young people referred to the trust, and we do mentoring work using Muay Thai, kickboxing, and what we would call peer-to-peer support. And outside of that, I do a lot of public speaking education around healthy relationships, healthy ideas about what it means to be a man, and domestic violence prevention. Yeah, and I travel around the country doing that. And yeah, the demand has been growing, and sometimes I can't always meet it. So the goal is to start bringing people on board to do the same work that I'm doing out of the trust.
Wicked. That's certainly a heck of an involvement that you've got for yourself there, Ritchie, and I mean, just a massive credit to yourself around that. I know personally, just from my involvement with the work in corrections that I do, just how important those that would be to a lot of the young folk out there, and even just the young adults as well.
Yeah, what do you do with corrections?
I am an officer, so here in Christchurch,
Oh, you're a
and so
corrections
yeah, it's
officer. Okay, right.
yeah, been doing that for 10 years. So I certainly can see first and foremost the impact that having these type of rehabilitation programs through to an awareness of like the way you deliver yours, being able to redirect that energy into other outlets,
Yes.
versus some of the ones that they've more notoriously leant towards.
Well,
So
I was
huge credit to you for that. So
thanks, bro. I appreciate that. I was talking to a youth worker who wanted to refer some people recently, and she said, "Look, it's much better that young lads come to the gym, work out that energy there, hit the bag there, learn discipline, self-control, self-esteem, than do it in the streets, or do it with knives or any of the things that we're seeing more and more in the headlines." So I really appreciate you saying that, bro.
No, and because look, there's a lot of people that would turn around and say, there's probably a negative stigma to it, where they go, well, aren't you just, essentially teaching these people who have, violent connotations or thoughts on how to be better at being violent? But you have to have an understanding of what true martial arts is to appreciate that's not the case, and that these kids are like young puppies. If you don't give them an outlet for their energy, they will find a way to chew the shoe, to rip up the mail, to climb up on the bench, to knock the plates off the table. That they will just create chaos. But you grab that tennis ball, you go and take them down to the park, you let them off the leash, and you encourage that run, and you teach them the good behaviours around what it means to be in that environment and doing it safely, can correlate to their life, that they turn around and they can be more relaxed amongst themselves, they can be relaxed for, in themselves internally, and they don't feel that they have to go out and do those uncharacteristically silly things that get themselves into trouble because they've got another purpose and focus on life.
Yeah, totally, Douglas. Yeah, I got some funding this year, and we ran a workshop up in Auckland, and we're going to be running some workshops around the country, and we talk more specifically about like what does culture teach us, which is often be tough, be violent, use drugs, use alcohol, be like a quote unquote real man, and what are some healthier alternatives to those sorts of stereotypes, and how do we enjoy racing or stereotypical dude stuff without leaning into the more negative sort of cultural expectations of manhood. And we use martial arts to like attract an audience. Do you know what I mean? Like not every, in fact, probably not many dudes want to come along with off an invitation or around what I'm talking about. But when you've got an appealing interest, whether it's racing like we're doing today, or combat sports, or whatever you can think of, it's a great entry into the conversations that we need to be having. So yeah, I appreciate your talker, man.
No, that's because obviously I see the final outcome on the ones who could have benefited from those types of connections earlier on. And it's certainly it's the long forgotten industry in New Zealand of people can turn the blind eye on what's happening inside the prison systems and the violence and stuff that takes place. But it's certainly not a place for young people who have had a rough go at the beginnings of life, have made some silly choices and just got caught up in the wrong moment of time. There's certainly ones out there that have certainly well and truly exceeded that, and that cause and motion will have to take place, and hopefully a stint through the prison system will give them a bit of an eye-opener. Unfortunately not for all. It's usually later on in life when they get a bit older they turn around and realise what time they've wasted and suddenly make a change. But there's certainly a lot to be said about our younger culture, who are the brains of tomorrow, and the workforce of keeping things ticking over while we're trying to work towards retirement. What we input into them today will only benefit us tomorrow.
Yeah. So. Do you see a lack of male role models in the young people that you work with, or the men you work with in prison?
Well, I don't see it from the external side of things, because obviously being in that system, I see more of like what you're doing, the programs of people coming through that do want to provide support for them. So I see more of the benefit, but of course I hear the background as to what's caused them to get to where I am, and yeah, it's a hard one, because there's they've done crime, they've ended up there, but that's not for me to judge them on that. I judge them on the character that they bring to the table, and I look at them and just go, you're a young kid who's full of passion around certain things, but you've just not had the right moulding on how to direct some of your some of the anger or some of the confusion around stuff. I mean, you only have to look at it as being a parent or someone who, a sibling who has younger siblings, or an auntie and uncle with younger nephews and nieces, especially of that young childlike mentality, that they just don't know how to control themselves, and it's got to take a stronger head of support above them to make them realise what's right and what's wrong, and comes down to those simple things that those guys have often missed out on having those bare basics growing up.
Yeah, I think that's something a lot of the general public doesn't understand, is that like a lot of people who get into criminal offending don't get all the things that we need to not just survive but thrive. They don't get positive emotional affirmation, and you're surrounded by sometimes violence and drugs and a lot of dysfunction, and it's almost not inevitable, but it definitely weighs the odds towards rough life outcomes. So I really love that you've got such a compassionate understanding of the people who come through the prison system. You're like holding hope for them, you know what I mean? And perhaps no one else is.
100%. Like when I first started out in the job, I'd only been there a few months, and I was only a young 25-year-old guy when I started, and I did a bit of a stint on what we call our youth unit out there. So there's offenders of the age of sort of 16, 17 up to maybe 20 years old. And the majority of those guys just wrong place, wrong time, just caught up with the wrong friend group. You get them as talk to them as individuals, and they're not not all of them are kids who've missed out on school or having those good parent connections and things like that. But they've just not quite had the right ways of putting their energy into the right channels. I was able to sort of pass on to a few of them that there's certainly areas and avenues that they could seek out good work for themselves, those communities of support where they can talk to people about their troubles and issues. The big picture of what we obviously paint here through Virtual Motorsport New Zealand, and creating those avenues of channels of being able to communicate is a big one. And then we only have to reflect on ourselves and think back to our teenage years of times when we were feeling a wee bit down, how hard it would have been to come forward to talk to anyone, let alone family and friends, when you haven't even got those bare basics. You don't even really know where to turn these days. So
yeah,
they find other ways to outlet that their own negative energy. So yeah, I was I certainly encouraged a lot of them to try and get in touch with different working agencies or different polytechs and stuff, and just say, look, you can do it. You're young, you've got a whole life ahead of you. At least 40 to 50 years, and that was certainly not time that I would envision any of those guys wanting to spend sitting in the prison system. Because
I love that.
There's no
It sounds like we're doing similar work, just in different ways, man. Yeah, I was talking to some friends from high school just yesterday on like a chat group that we have, and we were reflecting how it's almost a miracle some of us made it out of adolescence alive. Someone was joking about a time we got pulled over, like 9 in a car. I was in the car boot, and yeah, I don't know. You obviously there's the way your brain works as a teenager plus peer pressure is, I don't know, it's prone to terrible decision making, and like you say, sometimes it is just wrong place, wrong time, at least offending. So yeah, I'm glad there's people like you out there, and we're trying to play our role with the charity as well to help.
And I mean, I would hope to think that just with this short, sort of 10-15 minutes that we've been talking, Ritchie, that people, who don't understand a lot about corrections, or they perceive the people who are officers within inside that prison system aren't all of that mentality of, oh well, you've ended up here, you're nothing more than useless, POS. I'll unlock your door and feed you, and that's all you're getting out of me. Like, me as an officer and the ones that I work with, we're all genuinely compassionate about the people that are in there, that we want them to do better. We want them to be better people, because they're the people that live in our society, around our friends and around our family. So I think, to turn around and assume that we're working with these people and we're just treating them like the scum of the earth is so far from the truth.
I think there's very few bad people, just people who make mistakes and do bad. Like good people do bad things sometimes. I think having worked with offenders for the last few years now, like I've almost crossed into like friendship with a lot of people that have come through the groups that I run for a long time, and I really I really care about them and their well-being, and sometimes they bring their little kids in during school holidays and stuff, and it's about helping them break those cycles, and I think help people have new tools and new ways of coping with life outside of potentially what had been used in the past, like alcohol, drugs, and violence. So it's like, how do we help people help themselves in the long run, and then break that intergenerational transmission of some of the stuff. But like you say, not every person who ends up criminally offending comes from a background of deprivation. I was actually just on the phone when I got down here in Timaru to a father who I'm helping with his son, and that kid had everything handed to him, but he's got a lot of different sort of mental health issues that are leading to his behavior, which is criminal. So it's it's not a one-size-fits-all thing. At the same time as what you and I are talking about.
We've lost feed there, Doug.
We have, yeah. That's why I've got to put your one on the screen there. I've still got everything else working. It's just my iRacing has decided to not want to play the game.
We've had a lot of fun with technology this morning, trying to get the two sims set up within like 20 minutes of race start kind of thing. It was a bit hectic here.
We'll have to take a quick break and reload into the server, Doug.
Yeah, may do. I will do my best to make that a little bit bigger for those at home.
I can go full screen up, sort of, if you want.
We'll jump out for now, guys. We'll let you guys sort out your technical stuff, and we'll come and check in again a bit later on, maybe.
Yeah.
Hey, really nice.
Sounds
really nice to talk with you. I really appreciated hearing what you had to say, and thank you very much for supporting the charity. It really means a lot.
Yeah, no, it's and agreed the same for yourself, Ritchie. Big ups to you for doing what you do and putting yourself in there with those young people that the rest of society would be prepared to turn their back on. So to those of you at home listening, and please pass it on to your mates as well. Please, any little bit of money that you might be able to have to spare coming through to this time of the year, especially, flick it through to the Rise Above charity. Help Ritchie out to be able to help those guys to do the best that they can with life and in general, and just keep doing your thing, Ritchie. Seriously, man, just reach out at any time to us if you're needing any extra help and support too. We'll see what we drum up the word and share it around again.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, brother. Cheers.
Awesome. While that one is playing out there, I'm going to remove myself from this. It's just odd. It's still somewhat functional, but not fully.
Yeah, meanwhile, the boys have decided to have a bribe sale.
Oh, very good. Oh, right, failed to save. Can't close. Righty. Oh. So what are they trying to bribe off to the folks?
Well, they're just sort of seeing if anyone's going to partake in the bribes, and we've had what's the cost for a safety car, and 100, but there may be a Black Friday half price sale in the near future. So we'll see what comes of that. There may be a safety car due to a bribe, which we were expecting.
Right. Why? Still trying to ask the question why of what it's trying to do.
We're currently on board with Shane Van Gisbergen and my little box that's keeping everything afloat.
action. We have full action. Very cool. So that was that's that race there. Oh, we've actually got drama. Those three crashing. Is that correct?
No, not that I've seen yet.
I've got data here on lap 34. Glenn Wilkinson, Tom O'Connor crashed. Hamish Barnhill, Ryan Higgins, Dan Nolan crashed.
No, I didn't see any of that. Maybe just went off the track. I don't know.
Wonder if the replay will give us something more to talk about. No data. We'll go to this one here then, which was what we were just looking at. So that's brought us back to current.
Whoa, we just, ants just went flying.
Oh, and we have a car upside down. Tom O'Connor.
Might be time for maybe a safety car may be called now.
Yeah, so is that Matt Stevens, was it? What's happened? Oh, just a trip over. Oh, that's massive. He was actually lucky that he got caught on the barrier. Well, actually, maybe falling off into the trees and straight back to pit lane would have could have been a good one. You should go and let the guys and touch base with the guys in race control and see whether or not they caught the damage. Big moment.
Oh, we've got a safety car out on track.
This is Stonesy coming through. He's gone off the track, possibly to avoid. No, he's just obviously got tripped up staring at that car in the car there. So Nick Parker is our safety truck, and he left pit lane, and I've got crash data on him, so we'll just see what happens.
Oh, so Nick owes a donation. We was told if he crashed the safety truck, then he'd have to make a donation.
Oh, it's not much.
Oh,
there.
that's
He's
$5.
Gone and grazed the wall.
Yes.
Just obviously parked there. He's waiting to see. Just let everyone know he's going to try and obviously pick up what's closest to the lead vehicle. So there'll be this car here of Mr. Stanaway. He's still a wee way away from there. And
Meanwhile, everybody else is getting in and getting that pit stop done, so they can get out in front of Ritchie and still get around and stay on the lead lap.
yeah. Hopefully this will open up a bit of an opportunity for some to reclaim a lap and get themselves back onto the lead lap. Ritchie's still cranking his way through there. Teammate that of Mr. Gisbergen is now up to second place, and he's 8 seconds, nearly 9 seconds away from that lead. But that won't take obviously too long to get that back under control once these cars have finished doing their pits and stuff. So there's so Stonesy's in the pit, and there's Matthew Payne there. So there's a name of people, another name for the people at home who follow racing would be familiar with.
Yeah, part of the previous winners team, which was the Pookie Boys, which the original team was with Liam Lawson, but Liam actually stood Matt up in the second year, and as we well know, Liam has moved on to quite some big and extremely awesome things over the last few years.
Yeah.
But pretty awesome to have the likes of Matt and Ritchie and Shane join in the race today, and for the little known sim drivers out there, sometimes a bit of enjoyment to come up against a professional driver.
Yeah. Very cool indeed. Right, so that's Ritchie, Shane, Ben Roberts and Chris Ireland there, all coming in to do their thing in the pits. Now, I was looking before at our Skype and I saw a bit of an interesting view of Chris Ireland. He's got his camera slightly the wrong way round.
It looks to be in portrait mode and probably needing it in landscape, I guess.
But I'll bring it up for a second because that's it there. Now, it's not a yarmulke that he's wearing on his head. He's not Jewish. The clarity has just disappeared a wee bit, but if you can make it out, it's actually tin foil. That there, folks, is a tin foil hat.
The tin foil hat cat.
But he's got quite a cool looking bit of a setup there, doing his thing. Chris currently in 4th spot. Their team up 5 spots from where they started. So that's awesome to see. Now, I know that Connor is out of car. Would it be worthwhile having a chit chat to him while?
Yeah, if you can hear us, Connor, you come jump up in the waiting room and we'll have a chat. So the safety car likely to just be doing the one lap, so not too far from halfway at the moment.
Not sure if Connor is touch base with us or not, but he is still down in his Vermilion Motorsports group down the bottom. I did see him having a chit chat to the guys in the SCNZ Tyre Kickers and Balake Motorsport group there earlier. But yeah, certainly would be a good one to have a yarn with around how his team's been going in the race so far, and getting him to share a bit of his story and why we think he's a pretty cool dude.
He definitely got a pretty cool story, that's for sure. I'm going to flick him a message anyway, so.
Sure, sounds cool. Kristen there in the pits doing his pit stop thing, and he's actually jumped out of car, and we've now got Thomas McCole in. So I believe that's that could be Tom's second stint in the car there now. Sean and team up to P14, up four spots from where they started. Biggest achiever certainly this race, Glenn Wilkinson. You said was doing a solo effort, is that correct?
Yeah, there was a chance that he may have somebody turn up to race with him, but yeah, the most part of it, I think he was settling in for a long drive in France by himself.
Good. We have good. Sorry, Corey. I've got my my mother has just turned up before she goes out for a belated 65th birthday present.
Yeah, chuck her on for a yarn.
All right, here we go, folks. This is this is Doug's mum.
Hey guys.
G'day, Doug's mum. How are you?
Good, thanks, Bridget.
Bridget, nice to meet you.
I'm talking to Corey.
And you've raised a splendid child.
I know, amazing, isn't he?
He does a good job, doesn't he?
He does. I've given him lots of, tips and instructions and, just like how to do all this, and yep, he's stepfather taught him how to drive race cars. So yeah, it's in the family.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. And you're going to take the grandkiddies out and keep them occupied on this fine Saturday afternoon?
No.
No?
No. I'm going to a concert and with lots of wine and food and sitting in the sun.
That sounds like a good time.
Yeah. So no, I'm not doing grandmother duties today. Right, I'll pass you back to Dave.
Awesome to talk to you, Bridget.
All right, you too. Have fun.
See ya.
Bye.
And that was Doug's mum, folks, Bridget. It's nice to have a chat with her, and we've just brought Connor. How are you, man?
Oh, here he is,
Yeah.
Connor.
Hello.
Woohoo!
Hello.
Hey.
Oh,
Hey.
what's going on?
Who have you got in car at the moment? Give me a quick 411. Who's in there?
So at the moment we've got Jacob O'Reilly. He's
There he is.
he's a Scops driver and finished 5th in Scops the other day. So yeah.
Working.
Yeah, so
I've got him on screen there for the folks at home.
overall,
That awesomely presented Vermilion Motorsports car. I'll do a quick roundy on it. So there's a shot from the back of it.
spoiling me, Doug. What's going on?
It didn't look too good after it ran into the safety truck earlier.
Oh yeah.
Well, there was during I think warm up maybe.
Practice, yeah.
You had a quick greeting and then a departure from the safety truck.
I did.
Was there anything in that?
No, it was just purely me just going into the back of it. It was too big and nice to just not hit it. You know what I mean? Like I saw it and I went, I've got nothing else to do here, so I just went straight into it. Race control wasn't too happy about it, but yeah, no, I enjoyed it.
we were doing a test to see how long it took the safety car to get round a lap. You kind of put a stop to that.
Oh, yep. Yeah, no.
Could you imagine actually trying to drive that safety truck round here at its limited speed limit, and then you have car 168 come along and go, hey.
Whack. But it was definitely not good by my part, but yeah, I was a bit bored. I buggered my life up, so I thought he was just out there for a bit of fun, but no, my apologies.
The funny thing was they because I was just chatting with those guys earlier, and Mike was in the truck, I believe, and he was like, oh, what the hell just happened there? And he's like, who's car 168? And I had to chuckle to myself, and they're like, who's this Connor Nixon? and I said, I'm actually not surprised. I said, of all the cars out there, I'm not surprised that Connor found you.
Pretty much find anyone on track and give them a bump.
Yeah. If it wasn't you, it would have been me. So.
Probably. Bloody good event you boys have put together. It's been good fun.
It's a for all the right reasons. It's an awesome charitable event for our mate Ritchie Hardcore there with his Rise Above Charitable Trust. It's wicked.
I am here. I was just my wife asking me, making sure I've got everything I need in here. Thankfully, my wife is caring like that.
Oh, that's good. So she's obviously feeling better.
Yeah. So she's feeling a little bit better, but it sort of kept us here today, so we don't go down there and possibly spread it around. And turning up to a charity event and spreading it around wasn't something I was really too keen to do.
Yeah. But there's a good look of the unsafety truck there leading the field around. He can't be too far away from, what's he, probably 2/3 of the way round nearly.
You don't hey Doug, you don't have Nick Mitchell, and it must be a bit weird, mate.
No, Nick around doing. He was our safety car driver for SuperCars NZ, and he's also been known to have just as exceptional driving standards as what some of the safety truck drivers
he's up there.
Have been able to perform. I think you've greeted that safety car on a couple of occasions as well, Connor.
I've laughed at it when it spun at Rockstone, and that was funny. I don't know if you remember that one.
I certainly do.
Yeah.
He parked himself, tried to pull away from the field, looped it round and parked it up on the grass.
And I went on the radio and had like a chuckle. That was pretty funny.
Yes, it was good.
Yeah.
So, but Connor, we've with the event going on here, being the 4th year through, and about sort of talking mental health sort of things, talking to your mates about issues, living with issues, and bits and pieces. There's obviously a reason why we've singled you out to prod you in the nose. You've got a bit of a story.
Yeah, it's a bit long.
Which is quite exceptional. So we will give you your 5 minutes to give us a wee bit of a rundown of what your life has been like growing up, things that you've encountered, and some of the things you've had to overcome, and to what you're able to do today.
Yeah, so basically, today I'm driving under Virtual Motorsports, but I basically, the short story of it, I think I've done a full spiel on it, in the SuperCars NZ one, but yeah, basically just, so I've got cerebral palsy, so I'm unable to stand, and I've got, major thing of epilepsy on top of that, and, basically just, got into sim racing, 2 years ago. Started driving, and with hand controls, ended up knowing that I could do it with my feet. Next minute I'm doing esports over in Australia, and then next minute I'm doing all this stuff in sim racing, and basically that's the shortcomings of it, and having a great time.
Take us back a little bit further, like as a younger Connor.
Yeah.
You didn't hold back and got out there, and was it professional wheelchair basketball you were involved in?
Yeah,
That's
correct.
pretty cool.
Yeah, so I did wheelchair basketball professionally when I was 9 years old. Ended up playing 24-year-olds, and actually got second in all the states in Australia. So a little kid in WA ended up doing all that, and from the start, basically from the age of basically when I was born, I ended up with cerebral palsy, which is a motor skills issue. So I so the cerebellum in my brain ended up having bad, all my white matter pretty much got smashed. Ended up having cerebral palsy, so pretty much from that age, pretty much was not able to walk or do much and everything, and pretty much just couldn't lift my head, couldn't stand, couldn't do anything, and actually was sign languaging from the age of 6 years. And then when I was 6, I ended up speaking for the first time. I ended up not going to school at all, basically. Then went to school at the age, in year 1. Then basically I started playing wheelchair basketball at the age of 9. Ended up being pretty good at it, and it was pretty much then got into sim racing after that, and I'm knackered after driving, so I feel like I'm missing so many keys. But
do you find like yourself keeping active has helped you mentally over the years? So obviously you're at the age of 6, you're talking for the first time, and nobody's been able to stop you from talking since.
Yeah, Doug tells me to shut up most of the time, but basically, nothing really held me back, really. Nothing really at all. Got into sim racing, and that was a whole different point of view. I mean, obviously we're here today about mental health, and basically started sim racing, and that was massive. Like, not, I guess having no one seeing you, but everyone's got a bit of a personality and a character on sim racing, and I started sim racing, and that was awesome. Just everyone to not know who you were and everything, and started sim racing, and ended up being okay at it, and I guess that was huge for mental health purposes, and it was actually really good because my my therapist and all my
people behind me, my huge team for, for my body, they said, "Oh my God, the sim racing is actually really helping you with your legs and your back and your core and your hips." And ended up, really helping out. And I actually, we, started using pedals, and now I'm on a pair of shoes and belt sprints and using up to 60 kilos on the brake pedal, like everyone else, which is really cool. Normally a lot of people would normally shy away from that stuff, but ended up just starting to do it, and as a sport, taking a lot of time into sim racing. And I've met some absolutely amazing characters through it as well. I mean, I know a lot of people don't know really about sim racing until you kind of see this stuff and the meaning behind it. But I've been loving it really since, and and I love doing these type of events that are supporting the breast cancer, mental health, and all that kind of stuff. And obviously, a lot of people get on board for it, all the drivers and the sponsors and stuff like that. So it's really good to see. So nothing's really held me back really. Then started doing sim racing, and that helped massively, and then ended up getting homeschooled at year 8, and now doing cybersecurity on the side as a bit of a job. So pretty cool.
There we go. I mean, that's that's certainly one of the things that I like about you, Connor, is I know that you live it. It's been your life, so you look at the obstacles that you've overcome, and you can sort of downplay them a little bit. You can sort of wash it to the side as it was, I've done this and I've made this achievement. I've done this and I've made this achievement. I've done this and made this achievement. But I think for a lot of people listening at home, they've gone, wow, you've achieved that whilst living with a disability that I'm sure other people have, could have encountered or seen and gone, how is that even physically possible? So then I suppose that just comes down to appreciating the person's mental willingness to push themselves and to not allow that portion of their life to hold them back. So once again, I know you've shared it before, and thank you for sharing it here again today. It will hopefully give someone out there who who could be struggling with something that's that they perceive as being big in their lives, but put into perspective of what you go through now seems a bit more small. That might give them the ability to push through, to push their boundaries, or to at least reach out to seek some help and see what they might be able to do about getting their life moving forward in a slightly better direction as well. So.
Yeah, that's it. I think the main thing is, Doug, like I got taught from a very early age, people don't really try and push going, let's be a better human, a character, and just everything. And it's only been recent where everyone's starting to push it. But back when I was, a young kid, it was like, oh, stay at home, do this, do F all with your life. But it was more, let's push on, and, let's not give a crap whoever, anyone thinks of, and recently, just got bullied for, what I do with my life. And I turned around to my, my parents and go, what's kind of the point? And they told me, you got to be yourself. You got to do you. You can't hold you back. And then, recently, I, had all that bullying and everything, but like I was talking about the online side of it being so great. Jacob O'Reilly, who's in the car now, he's in, only an hour away from me, and we ended up going go-karting, and you meet some amazing people, and you just see, why it's such a good space to be in. Oi! And yes, breathe in. But and it's such a great platform, and I hope it inspires people to go and do what they need to go and do. And I think my main thing in life has just been, you've only got one shot, and you've only got one way to go. It's just forward. And that's how I thought of it. You can't really go, sit in the corner and cry about it. In my own opinion, you've just got to go and do it, and not let anyone hold you back, really.
Yeah, and I suppose that's as Jordan goes around there. That's a horrible place to park and a horrible place to turn around. I know you had an incident earlier at the start of the race where you were facing the wrong way. You wanted to do the flick spin, and you're like,
I was hoping no one saw that. I was like, oh no, I've put myself on a pickle here, and I was like, oh. I bet you Doug's put that on stream too. But
I don't miss much, Connor. You know that.
I know that, mate. You've captured all my great moments and my bad moments in this sim.
and I think just to make it worse, I actually went back and looked at it again a second time. I think I spoke about it, then I let everyone view it.
Yeah, just let it sink in. Yep.
But anyway, going back to what you said there, about not putting yourself into a corner and crying about it and things like that, and having that ability to push forward. It's again, obviously, like you have pushed forward through so much in your life, so you've got very much real world, realistic views of yourself, of the things that you've overcome and achieved. What would you say? What would you say for someone who is that person that finds it hard to get themselves out of that corner or out of their head, that does find themselves crying in the corner, that hasn't made that first step? What would you say is the most important first step for oneself and for oneself's mental well-being?
I think I'll do this short little story. My dad recently, he's been an alcoholic for 10 years or so. And recently he moved out of our house about 8 months ago, and my mum became a single mum for 8 months or so, and he had major mental issues, and ended up putting himself in a hole, and I really, as a person, I just went, why are you doing this? You're destroying your life, and that's how I saw it. But I kind of stood back for a second, and normally I'd be really firm on a lot of people. I don't really take much crap, as you notice. Like I just really just push on with it, and I think it's trying to get people all around you. If you have no one around you, I mean, best of luck to you. But it's having good people around you, to be honest. And I just kind of, for a while there, I didn't talk to him. I didn't say anything. I just went on with my own life. But I kind of turned around and went, I need to talk to him. I need to, say what's going on. I need to get involved. And I ended up, I'm trying to renew the relationship and, just go, this is what's going on. And now it's a great relationship. He's moving back in. And but it's all about just having family around you and just trying to push on to see the good in people. And for his side of it, it's, going, this is what my life's right now. It's really pretty crap, but I need to see what's the good side of it, moving forward. If I get the help, I need to, do this. And now, he's not an alcoholic at all now, and he's pushed on, and now he's going to boot back into the house. And that was a big thing. But I mean, talking about the online space again, I mean, that happened, and I was in a hole myself. And the boys at Virtual Motorsport helped me out so much, and now I'm just such good mates with them. And when I'm having a pretty crap day, the boys notice and go, "Do you need a chat or something?" I'm like, "Yeah," and we have a chat about it. And if some of the boys are having issues, we try and help as much as possible, because at the end of the day, I think this is a massive thing with men's mental health in general. Men don't get the help at all, and it's crap. It's really crap. And to see what's happened to my father, he's in his 50s. Back then, men just didn't speak. It was just like, right, just had to get on with the job. But it's more, men need to speak out and go, this is my issue, can someone help? And a lot of people don't think that, and
correct,
and don't think that, and one of the boys in the team recently had some issues, and and he was in a hole, and the boys have slowly pulling him out and helping him, because that's what a team's for. That's why we've got teams and sponsors behind us all, just to go, because sim racing is such a mental side of the game too, and it's such a competitive space as well. So people think it's a bit of a game, but it's so competitive now. Like, you got guys like SVG in here, competing, So from that point of view,
well, yeah,
it's I've went on a bit of a rant, but yeah, it's
Oh no, you're good.
But it's definitely what I think a lot of people need to back, a lot of men, and and a lot of people don't seek that help. But I think stuff like this is great to see in the community and go, this is what we're going to support, and it's great for you guys to, it's good to see, and we'll definitely for Vermilion Motorsports, we'll definitely put a donation or two in to see that progress, and hope there's a lot more events like this because it's helped out a lot of guys. I've noticed in the community, and it's good. It will be good to see that mental side of it really help now because I've seen too many people go down a bad hole and end up in drugs, alcohol, or something else, and that's not what we want as a community, and we shouldn't. And it's great to see Australia and New Zealand get together as well.
Of course,
it's good to see.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Connor. And look again, you've certainly you've not overshared. I know I give you a hard time sometimes about talking, but that when it's important stuff like this, people need to hear it. People need to know that this stuff is common. It's not a solo or an individual thing, and we shouldn't be trapping ourselves thinking that the troubles we're going through are isolated, or that others haven't gone through it, they wouldn't understand the way we're thinking or feeling, and that's such a wide spectrum of difference between what people have going on in their lives. Some people see it as small, some people see it as big, but at the end of the day, people's plates are only a certain size. What they have on it, varies. So a small problem for one, big problem for another, and vice versa. But again, you don't have to have your plate overfilling. You don't have to worry about it falling off and breaking. There's people there who can help rationalise and make you realise that some of your other stresses and concerns can be managed in a different way, or to be able to directly help you with the main concern that's sitting on the edge of your plate about ready to fall off. So, thank you, mate. I'll let you jump back down to your guys. Race restart looks like it might be happening soon, and you're currently your team's sitting in second place. So they need to jump on board with them and make sure that their heads are clear moving forward to the next section of racing, as we're coming up to
another lap.
Just over halfway through that. So
it's definitely not bad. But I think the main message is get out there, guys. Get involved with this series and talk to people. Honestly, it's we need more of it. 100%.
Yeah.
Too easy.
Perfect. Cheers, mate.
Thanks, Connor, man. Well, definitely a good chat and good insight into your story, and really appreciate you taking the time to come and have a chat. And definitely thank you for joining us and racing in this event.
It's been good so far, and if anyone's out there, check out Vermilion Motorsports on Facebook. So too easy.
Nice.
Here we go.
Shameless plug, but here I am.
Oh, well, no shame about that, mate. No shame about that.
Yeah, that's it. But appreciate the event, guys. Thanks, Corey. Thanks, Doug. Always love the friends.
Cheers.
See ya.
So another lap behind the safety car now. So the unsafety truck with Nick Parker at the wheel. And the word is, if he crashes the safety truck, he's going to have to make a donation. So he's going to be being very careful, as I just see him out sideways with a bit of smoke coming off the back. I don't think that thing turns a corner without getting oversteer.
No, I jumped in last night for the practice session before today's race, and I joined with this particular truck here as well. It's called a Pro 2 Stadium truck. That meaning that it has a cool V8 sitting in the back of it, just over the rear wheels, and it's fully rear wheel drive, and it has very long travel shocks, a lot of body roll. So just trying to negotiate down through a normal corner, it often involves you're turning the opposite direction to the corner you're travelling in. to get round it. It's quite a unique thing to drive. They also have them in a four-wheel drive variation as well, which is just as cool to slide, but of course drives like a four-wheel drive, so not really doing much of counter steering, but just keeping the front wheels pointed in the direction of that you wish to go. And the rear of the car just tends to flail around all over the spot.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice bit of fun. Now, just obviously because we've heard a wee bit from from Ritchie before, talking about Rise Above and his target audience, being the younger ones. We've obviously, talked with Connor. He's a young individual. He's had a lot of challenges whilst growing up from being young. Just taking a moment to reflect back on some of our older audience, and that could be in the age bracket from 25 to 40 plus. Corey, we've got a person close to us at the moment who's got a bit going on. We won't sort of say too much more around that, but part of the message that they wanted to share through today was things for us to reflect upon in the stream, was that once you're a bit older and you sort of got life things going on, just normal day stuff, like from cost of living, interest rates, normally thriving businesses and business owners struggling now to get by. That's really sort of had a big impact following on from lockdown, and we're coming up to Christmas time, where there's obviously those thoughts of wanting to do best by our family and our friends to sort of be coming into a happy time of the year to be happy. And it's not the case for everyone out there. Businesses shutting down, through to other family members being affected by that. People who are obviously present as being normal are not really doing too well. So yeah, it's always good, even though we're coming into a busy time of the year, just check in on some of those people who you may not have been talking to recently that you usually do, and you sort of thought, oh, maybe life's just getting a wee bit busy, or they haven't really reached out as much as what they usually do. Maybe that's your time to reach out to them, check in, see how they're getting on. There's a lot to be said about a 5-minute phone call or a 30-minute catch up down at the cafe or bar. The invite around for a barbecue meal.
It's really hard to see what's going on under the surface of someone, so a lot of people will put on a smile and keep their thoughts buried, or or finding somebody that they can talk to, and I think that's very important, and especially like you say, this time of year where there's people out there that have lost family members, and their Christmas might be lonely, then they might not tell you that, but if you can do anything this Christmas or this time of year, it's definitely keep your friends close, because not all of them are going to be enjoying this time of year, and you're definitely on the right track there. We're about to get underway. The safety truck's sliding its way back into the pits. And
he's getting a bit more eager every time he comes in. I'm waiting to try and catch the moment where he doesn't quite make a good restart.
It's a good start
for the guys.
Benjamin Robert.
Yeah, he has indeed, and filtering down through there, everyone spreading out. Luke Rosella there, now back in the car from starting the race, and he's already jumped past Reese Tamanui there.
Yeah, not too sure what's happened to the Newman Van Gisbergen car. They've slipped down to 17th position there.
I think they were having some technical issues similar to what we had before. I'd wondered whether that might have been plaguing the Ritchie Stanaway entry as well, as to why it glitched and did that before as well. Bit of connection issue, and that's caused a flow-on effect of drama. But yeah, 17 spot, so 16th spot there. There's Brad Newman there, so he's on the charge. Got Glenn Wilkinson in front of him. It's cool to see that these two have found themselves back out there on track as Sean McNamara tries to break the toe from Blake Greenhall.
Yeah, Badgersil versus the me car.
Yeah. I don't know what would happen if the two of them came together.
Lubricated. That's enough, I think.
Possibly.
Oh, we got a new camera popped up too.
We have. I saw that. I was just looking at that, but there's no one currently pedaling it.
It's a good-looking rig,
but
though,
it's
isn't it?
it's a cool-looking view. I'll quickly bring it into screen, because I believe it's this car here following that one. It's the wrong person's changed
that's
again.
me.
Go back to so that's a view from Luke Rosella making its way past Jacob O'Reilly there from Vermilion. So that's Ritchie Stanaway's setup without Ritchie in it. Very cool, very nice. Big NASCAR rim there.
Thomas McMillan, did you talk him into that? If you're still watching, well, when Ritchie gets back in the car, we'll be sure to chuck that up.
We have. I'm gonna go to our friend Zach. He's still very much sporting his lovely hairdo.
Breaking news: we're down to 17 tickets. So I think Caleb, you were the first one I think out of the chat that I've noticed to buy one. There is actually some other names here that I'm not familiar with, but haven't been paying a whole lot of attention to who's been buying them. But yeah, awesome. Thank you for buying ticket number 83, or well, ticket number 62. That's your number, but the 83rd ticket sold. So 17 to go. So let's try and get these sold out.
Nice. So where is Zach on track? Zach is battling here with Glenn. Oh, it keeps changing. Sorry about that. So that's an interesting bit of a view, really, when you think about it. He's got his VR headset on. He's got his googly eyes on the front of the Vive there, and if you're not really too familiar what it's like to look at through a VR headset, you look at the difference of racing, how he'll turn his head from time to time to look at how close he is to the car beside him. He'll turn his head to look in the mirrors. You turn your head to look around the outside of the car of where the apexes of the corner are as well. So head flick to the side there to see how close the car is beside him, whether he's got enough room to move over.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the Skype at the moment. So that's Anthony Green beside him, who's also in the Skype, and Anthony is on triples, and I can see his eyes glancing over to the right-hand side, looking at where Zach is in his screen.
So I can pin Ants on there, and we can pin.
There we go. Bit of
the two
a
lads.
battle. Well, Zach has got the move done now, and now making another one on Team West Racing there, which is it Thomas?
Oh! And there was a big moment there between Sean McNamara and Blake Greenhall. Blake was well and truly off in the weeds there for a second. That's now got Zach moving past Blake as well. So Zach making a massive run. He's going to have McNamara in sights very shortly. I'm going to have a quick look back at what happened between Sean and Blake.
It wouldn't be the first time the 28 brothers have come together.
So just a big slide there from Blake Greenhall.
Well, we got another person to have a wee chat with. We've got Kristen Jenkins, or Write-Off. He's going to come in and have a wee chat with us about SimAbility hand controls.
Nice. Well, if you just give me all of a minute and have a look at this cool racing that's taking place here between this bunch of drivers here, I will be back momentarily.
How are we doing, Kristen?
Oh, yeah.
Welcome into
tired
the.
after that.
Yeah, you had a good stint.
Oh, I clipped the wall early at the old Michelin boy, and I don't know. I took a bit of damage apparently, so I was down a bit of pace on the straights, unfortunately.
Yeah, and so you're running on SimAbility hand controls. That's correct?
That's correct. Yep. Paraplegic. Got no use of anything below my chest.
Right. So, and that obviously would be pretty hard on the mental health too. And a way that you've got through that is getting involved in sim racing, and it definitely hasn't held you back.
Look, if it wasn't for some of the guys I've met since, the sim racing when I come out of the spinal unit, I probably would be like absolute batshit crazy by now. It's I've met some absolute top blokes over the time. Over the last 8 years, I've been in the chair, and all through this, myself, Daniel Turner, who I'm racing with, he's in a wheelchair as well, using the SimAbility hand controls, and I've met him through this, and we've built a good friendship outside of this as well. So, there's where we get to understand where we struggle, and we can support each other, and doing this together is a great way to get each other together at the end of the week, or a couple of times a week with the SuperCars NZ group, and take our frustrations out on track and enjoy ourselves.
We got Thomas in the car doing his stint at the moment, and you've just got out of the seat. Are you planning on getting back in towards the end of the race?
No, that's me for now. We're trying to do a 4-driver stint, just a single stint each, and enjoying the strategy behind it at the same time. So we were. Sorry, I'm just watching that at the moment, and there's nearly carnage around ours. So.
I've got your car up on the stream there, Kristen.
Yeah. Sorry, that was got a bit hairy there for a moment. But no, it's I've done my stint for the day. We're just banking on another safety car or two to hopefully keep us up the numbers. That last one sort of definitely bumped us back up. So we're sort of happy where we're running at the moment. It's good for our first hit out, and we're hopefully see you guys back next year for another stint at it. That's for sure.
Awesome. You know that you're able to checkbook influence the safety car controller around having those, eh?
Oh, look, there's I won't say too much, but there has been team discussions already there around safety cars coming in the future potentially. Not saying too much, but there's been discussions.
Well, I'm happy that you're aware of it and that you are wink wink taking no advantage of that whatsoever.
No, definitely wouldn't do discussions like that at all. No.
Very good.
But,
now, just touching bases, I may have just missed it while I was away before, but you've given people a quick rundown of your personal situation, what you're doing as far as how you conduct racing at all.
Yep.
Nice.
Little bit, yeah. Just basic.
No.
As I said, chest up is all I have use of, so I've only got my hands and well, I wouldn't say my head. That hasn't really worked well for years, but that's a different story.
Talk us through how your controls work. So you've got your brake and accelerator on a lever behind your steering wheel.
So, look, for anyone that's in a wheelchair out there that is watching this and is keen to potentially get on and do what we're doing, there is a company called Simability in the States. So simability.com, and it's Glenn Sidman is an absolute fantastic dude. He has created proper system that connects to most Thrustmaster screw-on bases. We've got touch sensitive with spring-loaded throttle. Brake's got a special bung on the top that I can actually adjust my brake pressure on the go, so to speak, so I can make my pedal feel a little bit stiffer if I want it to, or a little bit softer, depending on what sort of car I'm driving. So I still use a manual myself, so same with Dan. I'm just using buttons on the thumbs to shift up and down. So it's we're still like the rest of them. We've got to be really careful how much throttle we give it and how much brake we give it. Otherwise, we're locking it up or spinning it at the same time. So it's still just as sensitive for us as what these guys with the pedals are. So the downside a little bit, I think we get a little bit limited to our wheel range. Just to not lose grip of our throttle and brake on more hairpin corners. So super tight tracks, you normally see that's where we'll struggle a little bit with hairpins and stuff. But the rest of the time, I think at the moment I'm sitting 7th overall in the GT3s. I'm pretty stoked with that this season, and doing my first hit out with the supercars. So yeah, struggling a little bit there. Those things.
That'll be a bit of a learning experience in itself.
Those things are a beast. Yeah. It's been a bit of fun. I think I had my best result in Div 2 on the week just gone. So I think it was finished 6th overall in the feature race. So I moved up a little bit. So I'm still grinning at the end of this week, even after a little bit shaky stint there. I've had a good week all round. So and once bit of sim racing puts a smile on a man's face. There you go.
Yeah, that's good. How good.
Oh, there we go. So if there's any of the admin team from SuperCars NZ listening, Ride-Off's really into the tight, twisty tracks, and you'd love to see a lot more of them next season.
I think there needs to be some ballasts on those guys up the front, though, eh? Jeepers, some of those boys are super quick.
Have you thought about adapting, one of those little handles that go on a forklift onto your wheel to help you with those situations where you've got a tight corner?
Look, I sort of dial my map ratio in and find something that's comfortable enough that I can still get around, and I just got to adapt to what I've got. I really like how the setup works, but could it be better? Potentially, but I don't see anyone else out there doing it. Glenn Sidman at simability.com, man. That dude's getting wheelchair guys back sim racing, and it's what he does is just keeps guys like me trucking along instead of moping about the house.
Yeah, Glenn, he has supported the team that I've been a part of since I've been a part of the team since 2014, 15. Not so much part of the team side of things now, but Glenn himself has always been a supporter of KRF, and we always don the Simability logos on there, and
nice.
And like to spread the word, because I love what he's done, and especially with getting people that in some cases they feel like they've got no hope left. They're at rock bottom, and getting out there and into this community and meeting like-minded gentlemen like yourself and Doug and all the other cool guys in the community that you come across is something really special. So
it's the community's not just a small local community that a lot of people will think it is. I've literally made friends from all around the world, and I mean all around the world, and I still communicate with a lot of those guys now, and talk outside of this, checking up on each other, seeing how each other are, and it's yeah, sim racing has really kept me out of a dark hole just from those good people you meet doing it.
I think Chris Ireland has just worked out that he's on the live screen. Sorry, just to take a moment away from you there, Christian, because I see one of his mates has said, put him on camera, and that you've asked him to turn his camera landscape. And I thought, well, why not I just rotate that round to make him the right way? You know, you can't expect a man with a tinfoil hat to be able to know how to achieve certain things like that, or let alone that the messages he's trying to not receive will be received. So, yeah, no, it's all good. There he is. There he's on screen for you guys.
Yeah, there you go, James.
And Chris is sitting here at the moment in spot number 3. Yeah, the tin hat. That's it, buddy. We might even have to try and find out which group he's hiding in and drag him up for a wee chit-chat in the moment. He's got his hands full with defending from Matt Payne at the moment, so we might not do it while he's under such pressure, but certainly looks like the kind of man that we would want to have a chat to at some point soon as well. But anyway, back to you there, Ryder.
Well, no worries. It's good to get faces like that, and I'd love to get something like that set up. And Corey, I know you've said to PM yet, and I'll get round to it. I can procrastinate a little bit at times. About a webcam to potentially try and mount up somehow, and get a look at the hand controls going, and maybe get that up on your stream one night for your mid-race.
It sounds like a bloody good idea. No, well, we'll let you get back to your team, and thank you very much for popping up for a chat and giving us an insight into life as a paraplegic and then sim racing, which is it's awesome to have you on board, mate. We're I just always blown away by people like you who put the bad stuff behind them and get out in front of it. And yeah, it's bloody awesome to have you along and supporting this event.
No, thank you, and look. This is great. We sort of heard about it midway, earlier before it was announced that it had been done last year, and it was like, oh, that's something that we'd be keen to get on board with, and hopefully it's not the first time you'll see our colours out there representing Simability and any other mental health sponsors like Rise Above, and I hope to see you again next year.
Awesome. Thank you very much, mate.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Awesome. Thanks for that, mate.
A big flurry of traffic on pit lane right now. So Jordan Chaplin has stayed out, and we've had the other 9 cars behind him have all come into the pits. Looks to be a few driver changes going on as well.
Yeah, I see a few new names popping up on the data sheet there, and we'll have a tank down through that one in a minute. I just can't believe. We're just a touch. I think we're just a touch on 3 hours now, or maybe just a little bit under, just with the way the race timing is going. Awesome event, 5 hours. These cars at Le Mans. I reckon a few people are going to change their minds afterwards. You know, they said last year about racing the old V8s around Chicago, tight street circuit. Why'd we choose that? Why'd you choose that? And I know Ash was a wee bit apprehensive, and I know yourself as well. People pick the car, people pick the track, and there was obviously for a reason. We did say make it challenging for ourselves, put ourselves into the shoes of those of the people that struggle day in, day out. This is our moment to make ourselves do that one. I reckon people are going to turn around and go and say this was a wicked event, wicked car to drive, and probably wouldn't be too shy at driving them again, seeing what they can challenge themselves to.
Yeah, no, you're definitely right there. Seeing the sort of lap times sort of come down over the week, from the first practice session to the last one, and times dramatically getting faster and faster. So yeah, no, buddy.
And overall as well, like everyone, like a lot of people who were outside of the bounds of those times have now probably gone and well exceeded their personal bests, driving in the traffic, seeing where they can carry a bit more speed, doing that drafting, following certain lines. It's awesome how it brings that competition timings back together as we see the safety truck back out again. I'm wondering if someone's bought that. I reckon you need to jump downstairs or have a look at our data sheet and see if someone's bought that one.
No one's brought a safety car. I can confirm. No bribes have actually been used. I don't think. Nothing that.
No bribes yet.
We do have some data though on some of the people that have taken a tour of the pit lane, for instance, today. So Cameron Dance has taken 2 drive-throughs, but he's suffered from some lost chips out of his packet and has left the server. So that's unfortunate for Cameron. Looking at Jordan Chaplin versus Tom Freer, looks like it was deemed a racing incident. And Tim Dossett, so one of the boys down at House of Sports Simulation, have a bit of a poor re-entry and have ended up with a 5-second penalty.
Yeah.
Not too much going on so far in the race, I guess.
Yeah.
So we're at lap 48, so the last...
we must be 46, I reckon, because I reckon we did two laps under iRacing green before we rolled across the line. Am I correct?
Yeah. They will count, yeah.
But it's impressive to see. And I mean, again, you put it into perspective. It's like 46 laps, but it's 3 hours of grueling racing that these guys are doing. Certainly no easy feat.
No, definitely not. And so there's obviously some cars are going to get their wave around and probably get halfway around a lap before the angry pack starts chasing them down again.
Working 2 days and then that day. Yeah. We will see what happens. I reckon we'll have a few more cars come up to pit lane shortly as well. Maybe some people realising they probably should have taken that earlier stop when they heard that the safety car was coming out. Yeah, I'll be interested to see what happens moving forward in the next few minutes. I'll be back in 2 seconds, Corey.
No worries. I'll hold down the fort.
Thanks, mate.
So let's take a look. Oh yeah, we'll have a look. So we're still sitting at 83 raffle tickets sold. So if you're watching out there in the live chat there should be a link. You can buy yourself a raffle ticket and score yourself a sweet V2 sequential jinx shifter. Only cost you $20. So if you're into that sort of shenanigans, definitely get involved in that. So the only what did we say? 83. So 17 tickets left for that. So that's pretty cool. Going to try and sell that out before the end of the race, so we can do a live draw live on Virtual Motorsport's Facebook page with Ritchie and Ash after the race. That is the plan at the moment. So we're just going to sell another 17 tickets. So if you're watching, look up further in the chat there, and you'll see a link to a jot form, and that's where you can buy yourself a ticket. And yeah, Jake, good to have you along, my friend. And you saying hi to Bill? So just quietly cruising along. So Jordan Chaplin leading away at the moment, one of our solo drivers, with Benjamin Roberts, and behind him, just trying to work out whether there's any lap cars in the way there. Looks like there is. So the safety car peeling off, we're about to go racing. Still on board with Chris Island, sitting in 3rd spot at the moment.
Thanks, Corey. Yep, we are about to hit green flag racing, and at the moment it's Jordan Sharplin leading the field. Currently his team up 6 spots there in the Contrast Motorsport car. I think is Jordan running by himself today?
Yeah, so Jordan and Matt Town, they split up into have a bit of a rivalry.
I was right before. Yeah, so there's Matt Town down there
yes,
in P16.
Opposite ends of the field at the moment.
But Benjamin Roberts has taken the jump and run with it there, hasn't he? So Jordan just slowly falling back down through the order, obviously not feeling comfortable with the pace of being at the front. Chris Ireland, who we said we'll try and have a chat to shortly, still in P2. But Ayrton Smith back in the car with Iridium Sim Sports vehicles there at car 268. Their team up 8 spots into P3 currently. So I think, was Ayrton one of the others that they've split their Iridium team into 2 cars?
No, there's 2 Iridium cars.
Ah, cool, nice. Oh, that's awesome of them. So Jamie Stovald there getting harassed by Ritchie Stanaway. Ritchie managing to get on by at the moment, but we'll see how that fares coming down into the next braking point. Jordan still just sitting out of the way of that one. Brett Luxton, he's got Dan Nolan in behind him. Dan now in the MX Wraps entry car, I believe. Yep. So that's looking good. Great bit of racing from everyone there. Coming down into that braking point, we can see that Ritchie was able to hold off, keeping in front of Jamie Stovald. Nice tight battle pack once again, keeping the racing interesting. You talked about this man earlier, fallen off a little bit, or maybe he's found a different groove that he wants to run in. Maybe try and as we get towards the end of the race, see if they can run those tyres a bit longer, or run the car a little bit longer by running at a slightly different pace. But he's got Zach Wentz-Smith there, who we've seen earlier on with the cool orange hair and the VR glasses, sitting in behind him. So he'll be happy with himself to be racing alongside that man. So there's Alec Schuler there in the other Iridium car, and they were having a look at Matt Stevens having it look like a bit of a wide tiki tour into the sand traps there. Shane getting himself involved with passing a few cars through these tight and twisty stuffs. I believe that's now 2 cars that he's been able to move through.
Right, Dougie, I'm just going to leave you for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, cool, mate. Not a problem.
Go and find out what's happening down at Hoss.
Sounds cool to me. Bring some data back up onto the screen for those of you at home who are wanting to see who's where and what's what. But that's Jordan Sharplin, the Contrast Motorsport car, getting his car sideways out of the last turn before the start-finish line. Just in behind him, we have Matt Stevens there in the Pookie Boys car, getting rounded up and passed by Shane van Gisbergen. Yeah, Ants Green there, Jaco. This is here's Ants here, KRF running the Holden variation, the Chevrolet, the racing depot car. Oh, commentator's curse a little bit. Sorry, mate. We just got him doing a thing. But what I can do also there, Jakey, is I can put him into our doohickey here and put it back to the right way after we had a look there at Chris before, I think it was. But there's Ants. There we go, keeping hydrated while going down the straightaways. And good on you, Jake. Yes, it's certainly cool to get him behind the hat there for. Oh, yeah, someone's had a big whack to the wall. That was Zach. So we'll have to have a look and see what happened to Zach in a minute. Lost the tail of his car. We saw Ants reacting to it by staying wide. This car looking a little bit limber there of Zach. Couple of cars have managed to roll by him, so this is Dan Nolan passing him for P9. Maybe a bit of a touch. Oh, more than a touch. Wow, big moment. Yeah, thanks for that. It's to Kiwi, and number 222 got spun. You're obviously following that team, so yeah, it looked like car 651 might have been a bit of a helping hand on that car getting turned. I'll have another quick look and see what the chopper cam says about all of that. Looked like he was just trying to. Oh, he was so close that he getting picked up by the next car. It was incredible. Looking at the physics there of that, it was quite cool to see how the car reacts with putting up its air brakes as it got spun around facing the wrong way. Whew.
We've had another few updates from race control. So lap 40, we got Brett Loxton, Jordan Chaplin, and Brett got a 5-second pit time penalty. Daniel Nolan, Brad Newman, restart infringement.
Yep. Okay.
Ryan Higgins, the double banger with 2 drive-throughs there for 2 separate incidents. So Ryan doing the rest of the race by himself too. So we've put cars off everywhere, is it?
Just the one, but we were just having a review here because car 222 of Zach Wentz-Smith got spun round by, looked like just a small touch from Daniel Nolan. Didn't look malicious, but it was certainly close, and the speed of the moment didn't help. So here, this is what we were looking at just before. So this could be the next infringement to take place. So that's Dan Nolan just rubbing the back of Zach's car.
Yeah, so lap 50, Alex Gruler, sorry, I don't know if I'm not saying that right, I'm sorry, Alex.
Schuler, yep.
And Zach Weddett-Smith, so Alex has got a drive-through for that.
Okay, so was that, I believe that might have been this moment.
Yeah, just a wee nudge in the behind, and the Zach Weddett-Smith Hammy B car is taking a bit of a spin.
So actually, I called that wrong. I thought it might have been Dan Nolan, but the Dan Nolan touch was actually as he glided across the front of his bumper. So it was incorrect by me. So it was actually Alex Schuler there in the 826 car that was following him. So my apologies on that for calling that wrong. But there we go. The data there on that one came through. So, there's been a bit more data. So some people coming into the pits have changed that around. But yeah, Jordan Sharplin off track. Oh, okay, that's. I reckon he's not long come out of pit lane by the way that reacted, or maybe he just clipped the grass off the side of that ripple strip while he was getting back on the gas. He's done a very good job to hold the brake and keep himself away from the other cars. and then did a very good job of looking at his relative to see where the next car was in relation to him before reversing across and keeping out of the way. So great bit of racing and racing conduct from Jordan after his unfortunate half spin there. Towards the front, Ritchie has managed to get himself in behind Benjamin Roberts' car. This is looking off the
Where are you?
nose
Where
of
are you,
that.
Jakey boy? You should be racing, my friend.
And Jakey doing his best to defend the team that I was half picking on there, and has greatly received my apology around that one. So I certainly don't have anything in for Dan or that team. I think they're a great bunch of guys. I mean, Jake's probably the only real letdown to that bunch. But yeah, I mean, Jake, you know, you could be here, you could be racing. You know, you've come back, you've resettled yourself into New Zealand. So what's the hold up, buddy? Buy yourself a sim. I'm sure you know a few people that might have some stuff around. Nothing wrong with putting out the hand to see who's got what hiding in the garage. Yeah, no excuse, mate. I don't care if you haven't got a sim rig. I'm sure you've got a dining table and a chair.
I didn't have a sim rig for a while, and if it wasn't for somebody offering me a sim rig for a couple of boxes of Corona, I probably still wouldn't have a sim rig.
That's Ritchie Stanaway making the move there. I'm not too sure who Chris Lee Bear is, but I like that name. That's neat. And I apologise that I made you rewind the stream to see what happened. If you hear us talking about something that you're unsure of, just ask. I can often find the data and go back and replay it again, even though I've probably shown it half a dozen times. No problem if you hear it and then need to see it again.
Oh, there's no problem with the repeater.
That's it.
So we're still sitting at 17 raffle tickets to go. So, Jake, you $20 can win you a think shifter, and then you could give it to me because I've got a sim rig. Or we could just auction it back off again. I think that sounds like a good idea.
Could do.
Oh, there we go. So it's the Kiwi. He managed to get himself a rig off a friend for a couple of boxes of beer too. So that's awesome. Another person out there scoring a rig for beer. It's a good barter system.
So this is driver of number 31. So who else makes up the car 31 team?
That is him. He was possibly going to have somebody join him, he did say, but he hasn't. And awesome, Susie Roberts. Thank you very much for buying yourself a raffle ticket. Lucky number 13.
That's got to be it. Yeah, so Jono looks like he's pretty much been the man of the myth of the moment, cutting all the laps today.
How are we for incidents? So there must have been a few people getting a drive-through for going over the incident quota.
I can't. I would bring up a whole lot of other clutter on the screen if I were to try and look that up. And I believe mine tells us is off track.
Right.
Info which is on there now.
So I can tell you there's a team
there's
a team on the cusp of a drive-through, and there's quite a few teams that have already probably had one. Well, at least three teams have had a drive-through. There's a couple close to the bumper, but most of them are quite low. So you know, there's teams with 4, 5, 1. So 1-9 Racing, Glenn Wilkinson, he's only had one incident the whole day.
You're kidding me?
Yeah, Lob Esports, so Ritchie Stanaway and Luke Rosello, they've had one.
So isn't Glenn racing by himself?
Yes, he is, yeah.
And he's had 1 incident point.
I haven't had any incident points.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that.
What about me?
No, you're clean too, mate. We've got a few black flags hanging out. The Pookie boys they've got one, so they've had 24 incidents each, I think. Okay. Oh no, they haven't. No. Currently on a black flag though.
Oh, there we go. And a bit of info there. So it sounds like our mate who we were just on with before. Where are we? John O'Carswell. Is had pedal failure, rejoined 3 laps down, and is now back up onto the lead lap.
Oh, how good! So we just had the Pookie boys have done a tour of the pit lane. They've managed to get themselves a penalty. I just seen a penalty for contact on lap 35.
Craziness. Who's Farah? So that's really incredible. I've said that earlier. I think Glenn was the one who was up about 13 odd spots. So he's 11 spots now. He's just gone and passed by Thomas McCall just. He's up 11 spots, solo driving the event, 1 incident point. I'm not going to watch him anymore or else it'll end badly. That's incredible, really.
It is, eh? Sorry.
I look at it and think it's like similar to Connor Nixon's achievement through one of the other special events that we ran not too long ago, where he soloed that, had a very low incident count too. So what I've just found something worthwhile to bring up for a minute. So that's Ritchie Stanaway with the live onboard of Ritchie Stanaway, and because I'm a weirdo, there's the onboard of Ritchie onboard.
So the onboard.
Yep.
Sounds like a thing.
It's actually interesting to see that there's a little bit of a delay from my iRacing to what's on his screen.
It's fairly close though. Like I've definitely seen it first.
For what it could be. So there you go. It's all of what, about 0.1 of a second delay.
Yeah, not too bad, Duck. Not too bad at all.
That's pretty incredible when you consider like what we're actually doing here. I've got one whole monitor dedicated just to iRacing, because that's running all the time. I've got my middle screen, which is running the streaming software, which is copying the image of iRacing from the other screen. I've got 2 data screens open. I have our voice channel of Discord open, which I'm sharing to you what everyone else is seeing at home. And then we've got Skype open as well, with the people there sharing their webcam of them racing.
So if you and
it all equates to 0.1 of a second. That's just incredible.
Ash has got his camera up now down at Hoss, so that might be a good one to get into.
I'm all over it.
Get that camera out of the car and have a look at what's going on in there. Looks like Frank standing there looking over what could be Dossie.
Why won't it let me do that? Unpin, for goodness sake. Oh, yep, here we go. Pin that in, and here we go. This is our looky from Hoss.
Yeah, from House of Sports Simulation down at the Royal Arcade in Timaru.
I don't know if that's the motion sim or if that's Ash's poor camera skills.
So that's Tim Dossett, Timmy.
no, it's looking good there, Ash. He should really be in here having a chit chat with us while he's doing this.
Yeah, he'll get back in here shortly.
Oh, sorry, folks, it disappeared again. Here we go.
So yeah, so there's Tim, and then whoop.
Oh. Sorry,
so there's the motion rig.
The same thing I tried to.
So that'll be the other House of Sport Simulation car.
So this would be car number 20, I believe.
Yep.
So
I can't quite see who's in it.
Oh, so this is Tim Dossett, and that'll be car number 28 is the other one, which is...
So that's Hamish, the owner of House of Sports Simulation. That's his name.
Look at how intense that is. So if we bring up the gyro camera, so those two are over there, they're stationary, and on with the motion rig you can see those monitors actually jumping up and down and the whole rig turning from side to side. So Ash has given us the full run round there of the place.
Well, there's us. That's us.
Oh, it's interesting. So the delay on the stream is probably about 15-20 seconds. Oh, this is incredible. Look at all these machines. I'm sold. Corey, this is us. We're going to take a weekend away to go and check out House of Sports Simulation. Going to go down there, jump on their sims, and go and have some side-by-side battles, and to finish off with a drink and a swing of a golf ball at some machinery. So there he is. There's the lovely Ash and Ritchie beside him. G'day, guys. They'll catch on. They'll hear that one surely soon. But that's awesome. They've got so much going on around the place. Yeah. This is neat. So I'm sort of paying more attention to what Ash has got going on rather than the racing. And that was Ash saying goodbye, I believe. Must have.
Yep. Yeah. No.
Gone. Cool. Awesome. Oh, that was certainly special. I'm happy that they showed us that. If Ash wants to come and have another wee chit chat, or gets one of the guys from Hoss to give us a bit of a rundown of the achievement that they've managed to make with that awesome business down in Timaru, I'd like to hear more about that. And yeah, I reckon we certainly need to look at making a date to go and travel down with a few more of the other guys from the South Island here, Corey, and have a day down there.
Yeah, there's definitely a few of us down here as well, like in the mainland.
Yeah. I now have a very good understanding of why Car 28 here is doing some odd things from time to time, because as you know, Corey, because you've been in the back end business of it as well, motion simulators are just something else, aren't they?
They definitely are. Yep, and you add a motion simulator and with some VR, and in some cases you can get some instance view.
Yes,
I've experienced that. Like less than a lap was the best one, and thankfully they turned to the left and spewed on the floor and not the sim.
Yes. Yeah, they say, oh, why are you attaching this cone to my face with this long hose that goes over my shoulder into that bucket? There's a reason, and it has nothing to do with S&M.
Yeah. Excuse me, yawning at what?
How
far are we in? It's contagious.
Oh, three and a half hours, I'd say. I mean, you've done an effort.
Well, the race is probably going to go an extra 15 minutes longer, thanks to my weird way of starting things today.
I liking this battle taking place here with Ritchie and Ben. Ben certainly has not fallen away from keeping up with Ritchie around the track. Shane van Gisbergen there. He's strolling the pit lane there now. So that's that one. And for those tuning in at home, that is Hoss there in the corner of the screen. House of Sports Simulation, steering wheels and golf balls. I think all they left out was the beer bottle in the middle, and it would have been a trifecta.
I was really was looking forward to going down and spending the day down there, but the unfortunate week that we've had and
yes,
just sort of keeping away for health reasons.
Correct. Yeah. And I mean that's certainly that. But I think I certainly do think we need to make an effort to get down there and give a wee bit of support to these guys that have put on this end of it for the people to be able to come in and join in on the awesome event. I feel like we sort of owe them a wee bit to go down and buy a beer and buy a few minutes of sitting on the simulator and go and attack Bathurst or something. Why not? Like, let's do it.
Yeah, well, he's running monthly competitions, so I think with the RX2 I seen somewhere. I can't remember the track that it was at. That was one of them, and there was another one.
So he's obviously got a combination of access to iRacing accounts, so runs a wee bit of maybe like a Assetto Corsa or R-Factor or something like that.
Yeah, I think mostly Assetto Corsa stuff, and that's mainly down to the enable of mods.
Yeah.
And I mean, just about every racetrack you can think of is available.
Well, I was going to say,
works.
What better scenario for those awesome drivers in Timaru who have Levels Raceway there to be able to come down at any other day during the week and go and put in some practice laps on the machine before they go and do their own practice and racing and qualifying on the weekend. It's
funny.
It's a great thing.
Like, I've lived down,
great thing to achieve.
Lived down there my whole life, basically, and well, in and out up here as well. But grew up down that way, and trips with my brother and my dad out to Levels and watching car racing, and still to this day, the only thing I've driven around there is a truck and trailer, and it's very odd.
Really,
very odd sitting so high up and seeing the apexes and the camber in the road and.
It would be.
Just I was taking part in just taking school kids for rides around there and trying to get them into the trucking industry a few years back.
Nice.
Yeah, so I managed to drive a Volvo, or I call it an Ovlov.
Yeah, very good. Well, I've had the pleasure of racing around Levels a few years ago now. But I had the awesome individual of Jared Parmenter, who has Autogas Limited down there in Timaru, and he's a NZ champion in the Pro 7s a couple times through. He's raced a fair few bit of machines over the years. His dad was a racer as well. So Jared gave me my first tiki tour round Levels Raceway before I went and did it myself, and I can honestly tell you I've heard rotary engines sing, and then I've heard them scream, and then I've heard the torture that Jared has managed to shriek out of them as well, and this is all while my face was trying to be ripped off my face as he was going through corners and braking points, and he's doing it one-handed and trying to explain to me where apexes and bits and pieces were at the same time. So massive shout out to Jared Parmenter for that, and enlightening me on how race car drivers do their thing. And thank you to my stepfather for giving me the opportunity to race a RX-7 Series 1 a few years back now around Levels as well. I've got a cool shot of me going and hitting the exit apex of what's turns 1 and 2 at the end of the straightaway there, getting it up onto 2 wheels before you let it glide out to the right hand side of the track there.
There we go. Ash has made his way onto our chat there.
Oh, very nice. I'll see if I can find where he is.
Awesome centre. The motion sim is exhausting.
I don't see where he's put that.
Just in the chat. We've had a few tickets go in the last couple of minutes. "13 tickets left, ladies and gentlemen."
Ah, there he is. 83 HD. Nice. Awesome centre. The motion sim is exhausting. Wicked. Must have just missed that battle. With Belake Racing. Well, that's this one here, Shane White. Apparently there was a good bit of racing with them in car 222, Zach Wentz-Smith. Might have happened a little bit before, so we're going to have a look at Zach passing Shane. Nyom. We've got so Shane Van Gisbergen's out of the car as well. Brad Newman back in, and he's only a couple cars ahead of Zach as he's making his way back up through the field once again.
At least these cars don't sound horrible. Like, they definitely sound like a V8 having a good time, don't they?
This doesn't. How's that for commentator's curse there, Corey?
The commentator's curse. We've got Shano, have we?
Oh, just as I literally clicked back to live from the replay, and because I'm a cruel, heartless bastard, I'll show the replay of it. You said these cars, you know, sound pretty good, not too bad to listen to, and I said, well, this doesn't sound too good.
Oh, straight in.
Big moment. So that'll be Shane coming into pit lane, I'm imagining, but it looks to have not fared too badly, really. Still driving at least.
Yeah, it's still pointing in the right direction, which is a bonus.
There was a lot to be said about my GT3 on Thursday night, as it would only point in one direction, and that was straight.
Yeah, and
I couldn't turn it.
You were my virgin commentator's curse.
Well, I suppose it had to happen. I mean, we have been doing a bit of work together recently. It's been pretty good, but now I have a reason to hate you. and I'll be like a dog with a bone. I'll never let this go.
Oh, God. You're starting to sound like Sean.
Yeah. Speaking of Sean, Stonesy's in the car, so Sean must be out of the car.
Sean's about to drop in here in 3, 2, 1.
But in a different way.
And here he is.
Yeah, oh. Yes. Hello.
Were you talking strategy?
No. No. Ten years deep, boys. Just let you know. No, we're having a good laugh. We're having a bit of a battle. Oh, Whitey had a bit of an accident just now, and we're racing each other.
Would you?
Yeah.
Well, would you believe it? I've done better than what Wayne usually does. Than what Wayne usually does by clicking away from the action. Yes. I clicked directly onto the action.
Yes. And you got it.
I clicked from a replay of that to Shane driving straight into a wall.
Hey,
If you want to see
okay.
it, I've got the replay right here.
Yeah, show me.
Would you be interested in donating to give Shane a drive-through?
No, I know you're after the charity thing, and I love to support it. The reason being, though, is there he goes straight into the. We've been racing each other all race, and we keep finding each other, and it's quite nice. And if I give him a drive-through, then it's a little bit unfair.
The chances are he's going to give one straight back, though.
Yeah, they can't afford it. He's broke-ass, motherfucker. I mean, broke-ass. Sorry, my apologies.
We did warn you, folks.
Yeah, R18. Although I have seen some non-apologetic driving out there. It's just funny about that livery looks a bit shit, eh? But anyway, there's been some pretty bad driving and some pretty good driving. So, have you guys coped with it all?
We're loving it. Absolutely loving it. And like we were just saying before we pulled you up here, was Corey was saying it. You know, at least these cars, you know, sound somewhat decent. You know, they're not too bad to look at. I said before, you know, there's probably a lot of people who have come into it today, and we're certainly saying it earlier on, you know, oh man, why this car? Why this track combination? Much like we said last year about the older V8s at Chicago. But I'd say that there's probably a few people that have now probably got a bit of a soft spot for them.
Yep.
If there was another event, they would turn around and go, you know what? I'd actually drive. I'd do that again at, you know, different track. Let's see what, you know, what it could be like if we did it differently.
Yep.
Whereas there's probably some people out there that if you mention the word next gen will break down into cold shivers. So I've enjoyed it. It's been good racing. The safety cars always bring on a good bit of, you know, heat to the racing. I'd say there's a lot of people out there that have exceeded their personal bests and now lapping, you know, as fast as what some of the fast guys were, you know, earlier on, keeping up with the pace a bit better. It seems to be all round pretty good.
Yeah, and what we found in the group, we all say is how bad we didn't like the car, but once we got into race mode, you sort of hold back that little bit, and then you start doing the old driving style, and we've actually become, you know, quite fond of the car. So no, we can't wait for the next time we do something. If this car's in there, we got a little bit more knowledge.
I think it's one of those things as well. You have an expectation of what you expect a car to do, and you try to overperform it, and then you realise when you get around other drivers that everyone's struggling the same, that if you back off a wee bit, you race better.
Yeah, 100%. And that's how I think my lap time now, I've gained a second from my quali where I was pushing, and now my race time is quicker than my quali time. Which most drivers can understand that.
Yep. And you're normally the other way around too. Your 1 lap pace is normally a little bit better than your race time, isn't it?
It's supposed to be, but it's happened in the V8s as well, where I find you get into race mode, and then by the time your tyres get into the perfect stint, you're setting faster times than your quali, and that's happened to me in the past as well, for sure.
That's it. Now, obviously, with today being the day of the day where we talk about our feelings and our emotions and stuff like that, is there anything that you'd like to share, or just pass out some words of wisdom and advice for people at home that maybe strugglers?
No, to be honest, I'm not one with many words, but if I can put my face on a bottom of a car with my most embarrassing photo, it shows you that you know, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who you are and where you come from. You know, just enjoy it and embrace life. And it's quite an embarrassing photo, which I used to hate for years, and then now I've just put on the bottom of a car. So keep outside the box and do something you normally don't do. Is my recommendation.
Cool.
And your friends.
Awesome.
Sorry, mate.
It's almost you know, you're getting in. You're about to say it. I think you're getting in with your mates and doing a race and having a laugh and talking about, you know, some past good times and also guys that are joining the race and they might leave up, after making a friend, making a new friend in the scene. And we've heard from a couple of people today who are come from a less fortunate background to some of us, have ended up with or born with an injury, born with a disability of sorts. Like, I don't think we can call Connors that. He really overcome it and absolutely shoved it to the side, and what an absolute legend he is. But also Kristen and Dan Turner, both paraplegics, both getting in there. They actually met each other through sim racing, with the same issues, and they've just shoved it to the side. They're out there doing it, and it's so cool. The best thing about this event is getting to talk to people and learning, their story, because you don't see their story on the surface all the time, and it's good to get them to talk about it and let you know, and it's humbling to get all these people together for the cause. I'm absolutely wrapped with the way the day's gone so far.
Yes, so have I. And Connor's a great guy. You have whole lot of personalities that come into racing too. Some racing it's like halfway between two wheels. It's the keyboard warrior versus the guy with some skill. And I enjoy everyone. That's what I've always been about. I enjoy bringing everyone together and doing an event like this, or what we do in SuperCars NZ, or what OSR do, and it's about creating something that's fun for everyone. And I personally really enjoy it. That's probably the highlight. It's not me winning or coming second or third. It's just having a bit of banter and having a bit of laugh with the mates I've joined through this, and it's good fun, man. I really enjoy it.
The creating a story so that you can tell down the track, isn't it?
I'm seeing Whitey go off track like something chronic lately. What are you guys watching? Sorry, I'm talking to you and watching Whitey just having an absolute mare. Because he's racing.
Did he go off again? Did he?
He does off track. He does, but he's racing. He's racing us. So all I'm interested in is beating him, not coming first or second or third. It's racing your mates and enjoying getting the one over them.
Nice.
It sounds like we might have Ash and possibly Ritchie back in here.
Oh, nice. I see Ash.
There you go.
Oh, no, Ash just muted out. But look at this battle going on with Connor Nixon.
Yep, alongside Henry King there. And it's going to be interesting. Will he be able to pull it up nicely? Just look at that.
There you go. And also a big shout out to the broadcasting now. It's Doug yourself. Obviously, you're missing your man of action. Wayne hasn't turned up. I'm sure you got it covered anyway.
No, and I said to Wayne he's got some other things
on the
happening
go
today, which were a bit important.
Yeah.
And he said, look, I may be there, I might not be there, and I said, you're best just to do what's best for you to do.
100%.
I said that this day is, it's sort of all encompassing around that anyway, and it highlighted the importance of why we are doing this here today. He's doing right now for a close friend of his. So.
Yep, all good, mate. And 100% we're behind you, Wayne.
Yep, that's it. He's doing what we're all talking about, and going and talking about something. We don't need to go too deep into that, but he's being the supportive mate, and that's awesome of him.
Yep.
And Ash and Ritchie, are you guys there?
We got Ash.
Ashes.
But Ash.
Well, we'll carry on. He'll pipe in when you're ready there, mate.
Just cut in.
All right.
There's nothing more important than talking over top of each other, eh, Sean?
Oh,
yeah, that's
my
right.
pet hate. My pet hate is commentators talking over each other.
Well, I don't see what the problem with it is.
What are you saying? You're talking over me? No, I'm joking.
There's nothing really wrong with it.
Oh, I can't stand it. Can't stand it. But no, I enjoy it. Me, Doug, and a few of the boys. This is all new to us. We're trying with the broadcasting thing, and we've been doing it for only a little bit within our own league, and I think we do a stellar job, and it's interesting. and I appreciate what the boys put in, especially Doug and Shane and Wayne trying to broadcast it, man. It's good stuff.
Cheers, mate. It's like I said, we do it because we're passionate about motorsport. We're passionate about sim racing, and probably really most importantly, and it is sort of, not trying to say it as a cliche because of today, but we do it because of our mates. You know, I find nothing more than being satisfactory, the satisfaction of reward of being able to put this out there, so the rest of our guys from our league and from this event here can tune in and share out to their friends that they're on, they're on stream. They're out there being watched racing. So
yep, I do it so I can tell my mum, look at me, I'm on TV.
What's that? Told you I'd be famous.
Yeah, and then she goes, "Why they mean to you?" Is like, because I probably deserve it.
I got to talk with Doug's mother.
I thought
earlier.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I talked with Bridget briefly.
I think Sean and Wayne have had that opportunity as well before.
Yeah, not much talking went on.
Once upon a many moons ago. Yeah.
I need to check in with my teammate, but you can drag me out back anytime you guys like. And I apologise if you don't like what you hear.
That's right, we can get rid of you just like this as well.
Oh, gotta go. Little safety car, boys.
Safety car out. Safety car is out.
Safety car is rolling.
I hear it very faintly in my other ear.
Yeah. I wonder if he's going to crash into the wall like he did last time.
Knock all those cones over.
He's playing the cone game. Oh, look, they're restacking. Oh. Man, how did he get out so fast to do that? Isn't that physics great? Look at that. 1, 2, 3.
They all just bounce back up. And here we go. The unsafety truck is back out on track for another random safety car.
It's such a doozy of a thing. I loved taking it for a rip last night, eh?
It is very fun to drive, and they're very cool to drive on road circuits, so could be a good idea for a series, I reckon. Just quietly, between me and you, Doug, and the 38 people watching.
I 100% agree. I would love nothing more than to do I'd like to say quiet wee series of these running around on tar sealed tracks.
I managed to get Nick Bakey out of a supercar and into one of these for a race one night.
Well, hey, if there's anything that can drag Nick Bakey out of a V8 supercar to race any other car, and it happened to be this, you know it's got to be good, because he does not often concede to many other vehicles other than the V8.
Yeah, I've got photographic evidence of it as well. You can't see him smiling, but he's definitely sideways.
That'd be like finding hen's teeth. Which I can assure you that they have, and they hurt.
So anybody who's out racing with us today will go in the draw for our spot prizes, which we've got quite a few of them, which we were going to try and give out today, but been a bit hectic with Ash being pretty busy down at House of Sports Simulation and myself sort of backing Dougie up. We haven't had a chance to go around and talk to everybody.
Hey, pass phone to mummy, please, Jack. Turn their faces off.
Oh, hello guys, how are we?
Yes, just me at the moment, but I just thought while there's a safety truck, I'll come and have a nosy.
Yep.
Definitely enjoyed the safety truck, given that I was at the back of the pack for most of the time I'm out there, and felt like a bit of a hero passing everybody. That had to be stuck behind the truck, and I wasn't, so pretty funny.
And how's things going down there at House of Sports Simulation?
Oh, it's pretty cool, mate. We've had a lot of kind of people floating in and out during the day, which is cool, using machines that are spare.
Are you shooting back?
Ritchie and I have been for a wander around town again,
cool.
and kind of showing him the he's not familiar with Timaru, so it was kind of cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, no, we're having a good time.
Coming through as well.
Yeah, Ritchie is coming through. It sort of sounded like there was a bit of a extra conversation.
How's the energy, all right?
Outside, and he's put his mic on. Hold on a minute.
How's the energy? the energy. Fixed it.
Sweet.
Stolen.
Yeah. Sorry. Did you get the? He was on speaker too. I wonder if you were getting the other half of the conversation. That's funny. But no, this has been a lot of fun. Yeah, we're having a good time here. As I commented on the YouTube, the old the boys that are on the motion sim are definitely feeling it. It's fucking hard work, eh?
It's a long lap.
Well,
It's a long lap around here, isn't it?
I've had the experience of doing motion simulator through a driver training program in the past, and it was an hour training session, and I asked them after about 25 minutes if they could turn the motion off.
Yeah.
I was exhausted. You actually felt like you were physically hanging on to the car, and it wasn't excessive. It wasn't jumping up and down like it was Pedro with his Impala on hydraulics. It was a proper tidy machine. But it was like you felt the entire weight of the car, everything. It was the exercise of trying to hold yourself, in the seat, all those things. So I can totally understand what those guys must be going through.
Yeah, no, it's good fun, and even Ritchie's had a go on the one of the direct drive units, and first comment was how physical it actually is.
Yes.
Yeah, so good fun.
And you told him not to then experiment by driving into a wall if he liked his wrists.
Yeah. But Ritchie is back with us now, so.
Yeah, wicked.
Sorry, did you just hear me making small talk with my children?
Yeah.
We did.
I'm sorry, it was full amateur hour, like leaving the mic. I got it.
Nice.
Yeah.
I was almost I didn't realise it was your children that you were talking to, and we couldn't quite hear you, but I was sort of in the back of my mind going, I wonder who Richie's chatting up down there. He's found someone to get along with. He was using a slightly, sweetened voice, and I realise it was just trying to keep the kids keeping the kids happy.
Yeah.
I'm using my smiling voice.
Yeah.
So that's my wife today. Is she's keeping our wee fella at bay, and I can actually smell something really nice cooking now.
Nice.
Getting excited.
Have you guys had a good day?
It's been pretty full on. I've had an array of messages coming through almost minutely, but I'm keeping on top of it and backing Doug up in here in the broadcasting tent today. It's been a bit of an experience. The old voice is going to be a bit shot by the end of it, I reckon.
Yeah, definitely, dude. Make sure you, I don't know, get some good lemon honey before bed. Ginger. Do you know what's really good? Heat the ginger if you've got a worn out throat.
Oh, yeah. Well, my wife testing positive for that thing that rhymes with the beer that we know of. So that's why you haven't seen me today. I just keeping away. I think bringing something like that into a charity event would be pretty rich.
Yeah. That'd be very uncharitable.
Yeah, it would be. So sort of staying at home.
How do you single-handedly knock out half of Timaru's population and shut down a business in one day?
Yeah.
So
we've sold 87 raffle tickets now, so we've only got 13 left to sell.
Oh, yo, thanks for the hustle. We really appreciate it.
Hey, someone's got to do it, eh? And it's something that Ash and myself have talked about a lot in our races, and having you involved today makes all the difference. Managing to actually have a conversation with you, and so you're not just the man behind the videos or the pictures on Facebook. You're a
real flesh and blood human being.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, and humble.
I was talking with someone down here. That's what really is important when we're talking about mental health. Is like getting in the room with real flesh and blood human beings and just having conversations and having a laugh or having a cry, and you know what I mean? Like increasingly young people in particular are quite disconnected because we we don't get in the room with one another. You know, we do stay at home too much these days, particularly post-COVID. So yeah, it's really nice to have come down here and met people and had handshakes and real life conversations. So thanks for hosting me.
And you had some real life drivers and heroes of some people turn up today to help out as well, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's real cool. Look, if I'm entirely honest, I know bugger all about racing and the racing community, but everyone down here is like super jazzed about some of the guys who are racing with you today. So I really appreciate them turning up because, you know, mental health and mental illness and mental health issues are things that affect all of us, you know. So I'm really stoked how you've come together.
The community does pull together quite well. Always got each other's backs and stuff like that. It definitely makes it a lot easier to be a part of, that's for sure. And
yeah, totally.
I'll be back in a second, Corey. Back in 30 seconds.
Yeah, no worries. So we're still behind the safety car, so the safety car's probably going to be pulling off this lap. Or safety truck, as we said. So you've managed to do a couple of laps around this place today, Ritchie?
Not the race per se, but I've got in one of the sims and crashed an expensive Audi lots of times. It was pretty fun. Not intentionally, I'm just not particularly good at driving really fast. But yeah, it's been cool. I've been really amazed by the technology, as I was saying earlier. It's cool. It's a lot of fun. I see why you guys do this.
Yeah, it makes it very accessible for people. So we've had a couple of people come in and talk to us today, and there's a couple of them that are racing today that are actually using hand controls. They're both paraplegic, so they're both in a wheelchair.
Oh, wow.
And we've also got another driver with cerebral palsy, but he can actually use pedals.
Because of using this as a therapy tool, sim racing.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, that does make it really accessible. That's cool. That's really cool. What's up, fam? Thanks for being part of this. It's cool. I'm really glad that you're on board.
So there's a lot of people sort of in the chats down below us. I mean, I don't know if you guys would go for a bit of a tour down there and have a chat to some of the guys and maybe hear a few stories.
Yeah, for sure. We can definitely do that. Yeah, I think once you create space to talk about things that are important or things that are real and authentic, people really jump at that opportunity all of the time, at least in my experience, having talked about mental health or masculinity or domestic violence for a long time. You know, like when you give people permission to be honest, I think people quite often really appreciate that, if you can have a open, non-judgmental conversation. And there's a lot of like social good in that. There's a lot of healing in that, right? Like problem shared is a problem halved. You don't have to be a psychologist in order to have a compassionate conversation.
Have a conversation, that's right.
Yeah, I think often as men we can kind of hide behind a mask, you know, and yeah, nah, I'm all good, bro. But actually you're really struggling. So it's really cool that you guys I guess, shifting community norms by having that conversation today.
Yeah, it's cool having, you know, being able to get in here and just talk with people and so today, you know, hearing some stories about the hand controls and how meeting another person in here that is also a paraplegic for one of them, so that was pretty cool as well.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that's really awesome. That's really cool.
We've had our first bribe just come through, so Anthony Green is bribing Race Control to give a drive-through for Car 52. So there'll be a counter offer for Car 52 available for 15 minutes to reverse that. So that's a $25 donation from Ants.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
Appreciate that. All bribery welcome.
Yeah, well, it was sort of planned at the start to have a bit of bribery, and that's taken we're 4 hours into it to
4 hours
to get somebody to do it.
All right, guys. Looks like your race is about to get back into it, so we'll let you do your thing. And
hey, lovely to chat. Thank you again, everyone, for your support. I'm genuinely really appreciative of it. You know, like all the fundraising goes to a really, really good cause to help people who don't necessarily have a lot of options. So, yeah, I really can't thank you enough.
No, it's been awesome to have you a part of it, and hopefully sometime in the future I'll hit you up in a message when I'm up Auckland ways, and I'd love to come and meet you in the flesh.
Yeah, man, anytime. Yeah, like yeah, always welcome, man. Just get in touch, man. I'm easy to find.
Awesome.
No worries.
Cheers for that, Ritchie.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Ritchie
guys.
and Ash.
Thank you so much.
cheers, guys.
Cheers, Ash.
So there we go. Ritchie Hardcore and my offsider, the founder of Virtual Motorsport, Ash Ronald. So we're about to get underway. So what's the safety car number 4? I think it is.
This is number 1. And correct, it was the 4th safety car.
I think we also had one for the ants incident that happened earlier too.
Could have, yes.
And there we go. Car 52 has counted with a $30 tour of the pit cancellation.
Aha, it's happening now. That's good. And we should be down to 12 tickets remaining as well.
So race controls just let Henry know that he's got to make that payment through the donation form and not to use the OSR PayPal.
Oh, I love these restarts.
Benjamin Roberts is holding on to that lead ever so slightly at the moment.
Yep.
He's got a racy Luke Rosella.
Oh, there's not much room there. Oh, it's so good. Oh.
I don't know where to look. I've got 3 screens going in front of me.
I know. Yeah, so there he is, Luke Rosella. He's moved into the number 1 spot. Benjamin Roberts is doing a good job of holding on to P2, but he has got Shane Van Gisbergen, teammate of car number 1, sitting there at the front. And then Andrew Dyson, who's the other teammate of Benjamin Roberts, sitting there in 4th. He is saying shh, so maybe we don't talk about him because he feels like bad things may happen. There's Tom there for the guys at home where they were supporting him earlier. He's got Connor Nixon back in the car there now doing his thing, and so yes, I mean you look at that profile picture of Connor's, and what you see is a young and abled person, and only well, can't say it's completely untrue because he's rewriting his own life, but yeah, he's certainly a young individual, but yeah, cerebral palsy, epilepsy, and uses sim racing as a way of physiotherapy to help get those muscles working and moving. Yeah, super fast. There was a question just come up from just another racing channel there on that one, Corey. I'll let you answer that because you'll know more about the raffle side of things than I.
I didn't mean to yell at. Sorry about that. I've had to be quick on my keyboard today with having to reply to messages and things like that. So yeah, forgive me for yelling.
I couldn't help it. I had to reply. Did you catch that one, Corey?
Yeah. No, we've only got the PayPal open for that.
No. I said I couldn't help but reply to your message.
Oh right, yeah, you yelled that too.
We got back into the draft zone.
Yeah, Mulsanne Strait today has been the spot for the draft. We haven't had any blown engines, I don't think, which was definitely a talk during the week of over revving down here in the draft. So it looks like everybody's got that long gear ratio sorted, and they're hit.
Yeah.
Well, look at that, he's 350, 360. Oh, that is fast.
Oh, and a slower car. Oh, I don't want to look. The camera keeps changing at the wrong time.
And into the braking zone down here. This is going to be mayhem. Everyone's got it. Everyone's got it stopped.
I can't believe it.
That was a great bit.
Oh, and look at Connor making the move.
Who we got involved there? Is it both the Jinx cars and Connor? Oh, there's a bit of door slapping there.
So Connor and then Tom Ferreira there, Thomas Hinds and Brett Luxton.
Yeah, so you got the two Jinx cars there at the back. Oh, we've got. Take it.
Oh, how has it stayed under control? So Tom Ferreira went off track, but I think he may have had a bit of a helping hand. Oh, just a touch. Oh, look at how close that was. Here it is again from above. That was wild. That's an interesting question that Wayne Hartnell has asked there, Corey. If you've seen that one or not.
Yeah, I have seen that. Just looking on the spreadsheet to see, and I can't see your name there.
Because I just went and purchased another one a moment ago. Does that one show?
Yep, that showed up. And have you received an email with your ticket number?
Actually, that's a good question. I think I did for the first one, but I'm not too sure. I did, yes. A reply email from Jotform, and that ticket number there as well. So yeah, I've got both of those. If Wayne has purchased one, he may just need to screenshot that payment going through or something, and maybe he has recollection of which number he chose.
Virtual Motorsport NZ at gmail.com if you want to flick us through an email.
And may just also double check your PayPal and just make sure that which email you've got it registered with, because if you've got multiple email addresses, it could have come through to a different one. Which I very nearly bought my second ticket on behalf of SuperCars NZ.
Excuse me while I dive into that.
No, you go for it, mate. No, that's all cool. I was just going to have a moment to drink my Monster Energy and just have a look at what's happening on screen with some cars.
We're on board with Shane Van Gisbergen. So Shane is currently
Oh, sorry, I just changed it on
sitting
you
in
'cause I was
second.
looking at
So Jono Carswell, the car 31, he is in 23rd position.
was having a battle with car number 23. Was he? Number 20. I don't see a number 23. I could be blind. Maybe car 27. There's a car ahead of him, Ron Higgins. Ah, no, I see he's got 27 beside his thing, but 23 is not that one. So
anybody watching the stream hear the audio okay? Just give us a yes or no.
So not bad. Yeah, 23 is our mate there, Gerald Eccleston. So Jono having a cool battle with him now.
Jared Ecclestone.
And Jared. Yep. Oh, Jared's car's disappeared.
That's Charmaine's partner, isn't it?
It is Charmaine's partner. Stonesy's car's disappeared from the track there.
Yeah.
He was racing with Anthony Green, so I'll go back to Greenie. And that's really weird. Thank you for the confirmation about the audio, guys. Thank you very much. That's awesome. Cheers. So now, Mr. Carswell is having looks like he could be having a cool battle shortly with Anthony Green.
I'm gonna put Brooklyn on to say hello to you, Doug.
Okay.
No, he's gotten shy.
Aww. Don't be shy, Brooklyn. You can always come and say hello to Doug.
Yeah, he's giving the dog the belly rubs that she loves so much.
Nice. Nice. They're a good dog, aren't they? So I'm going to quickly take the opportunity to order some pizza for dinner.
Pizza for dinner, alright, I can take the reins. On board with Anthony Green, KRF Motorsports, the racing depot. The racing depot, pretty awesome of them to give us a couple of t-shirts and a couple of hats. Maybe some stickers as well to give away. So that's on behalf of Ants. And the racing depot have been a long time sponsor of Ants. Goes back to, he also drag races the motorbike. So yeah, pretty cool from them. So a couple of Penske Racing t-shirts will be available. So make sure you let us know any drivers that are probably going to fit an XL t-shirt.
No, sounds cool. Thank you very much for that. That's an awesome thing to be able to give away.
So 68 laps so far in the race is
Wow.
that's a lot of laps around this circuit, and I'm guessing some guys are going to be fairly familiar with it now as well.
Yeah.
And we're definitely seeing less and less of the mistakes as well. So which you like, muscle memory takes over after a while.
Yes.
Sorry, I just need to direct some people to the right spot here. Hang on.
Yeah, all good. We'll have a look and see how the battle towards third and fourth is taking place as well.
And it looks like we may have another bribe come through. And
oh, love it.
So we've had a safety car bribe, please. Safety car, please, boys. And it sounds like we're getting the call right now. So Chris Island has called a safety car. Racing solo, so quite possibly needs to go for a wee-wee.
Oh, well, you never know. So, where was he before? Where is he now? I've lost him.
Yeah, you were on him. He's behind Andrew Dyson.
I can't see him.
He was behind Andrew Dyson, who you were on just briefly just there before.
Oh.
Or in front of, sorry.
That says Benjamin Roberts there.
Oh, right. This is Ireland on the windscreen of that car. Well, he might not be in the car, but teammate. Yeah, he's Ben Roberts' teammate. There we go.
Ah, there we go. Well, that makes a bit of sense. I've got Parker crashing. Let's see if it is one.
We're getting too close to that wall again.
He's done a fantastic job of cleaning them up, eh? Every time. Contactless delivery, yes please.
We've got some race updates here for some drive-throughs. So car 803 and car 30, he was deemed as a racing incident. Lap 59, car 28, passing under the yellows, received a drive-through penalty. Lap 64, car 98, car 29, and car 98 with a 10-second time penalty. Lap 65, I think we got this one on earlier, which was Thomas Hinds and Tom Ferrer. 10-second pit time penalty for Thomas Hinds, car 3.
Wow. Yep. I believe. Yeah, I believe it was this, was it? Oh no, this might be something else. Was it a bad rejoin? Was it? That's Thomas Hunt. What lap number did you say?
Hang on, I've moved away from that channel.
64.
Something like that.
So it must have been this side by side these guys had happening here.
65.
Yep, so these guys were doing their thing. So that's the lap before. And then a lap after, we had similar sort of racing happening, but this was our 4 wide moment.
Well, Ash is back live at Hoss.
Oh, very good. Well, I can go live and I can go to Nick and we can bring up that. Looks like he's got it balanced, ready to sit on something maybe. Oh, look at that steering work. Wonder if he had that sticking plaster over his thumb before he started.
Yeah.
Don't wrap your thumbs. Crikey.
And racing in shoes too. God, that must be hard.
He's got the gloves on. That's good to see. So, looking at that, that would be car 20. Pretty sure it's 28 is the motion one, isn't it?
Yeah. The Hoss boss.
For the life of, so there's Tim.
Yeah, he's in the non-motion one, I think.
Starting to speed.
Here we go. There's a jink shifter just like the one in the raffle.
Oh, there he is. This is car 28 here. Oh, that's a stunning looking bit of thing, isn't it? Look at that. And we've caught this one here flanking down the straightaways, desperately trying to catch up to the end of the field. Or has he just been given a wave round? He's gone by, everyone.
Yeah, that's Tim in there. Oh, we got the VR out here.
Whoa. Oh, that's all actually. That's certainly a view in behind the VR, isn't it? Haha. 28 got a wave round. Yeah, thank you. Good information there. There's a lot going on that wheel.
So that might be the boss, the Hoss boss.
The Hoss boss. Woohoo! He looks like the kind of man I want to meet.
It'd definitely be worth a trip, Doug.
And look at that. That thing's going for it. Is that a second motion rig?
No, that's the...
Oh no, that's just the other angle of it. Ah, yep. Just looking at it from the other side.
And it looks like we've got Shano in the waiting room, so I'm going to bring him up, and I'm going to take the chance to go for a quick wee myself.
Okay, mate. Hey, Whitey.
How's it going, guys?
Good. Corey's just gonna. He's taking the opportunity just to quickly duck off to the bathroom quickly. So he's left you in my capable hands.
Oh, nice.
What would you like to bring to the table? We saw you waiting there.
Yeah, well, I thought I'd just check in and see how it's going.
We're having a cracker of a time, mate.
Yeah, that's good. Pretty fun down there too. Oh, you got a bit of picture-in-picture going as well.
We've been playing with picture-in-picture, and have a look at this one here too, mate. This is Oh no, Ash is just disconnected. That's a shame because that was looking pretty cool. So we had Ash just showing us another view from inside the inside HOS, the House of Simulation.
Oh, nice.
Sports down in Timaru. So yeah, so we've been playing around. We can tidy that up a wee bit if it was something we were looking at doing in the future. We can put some different boxes around it and get rid of some of that greyness in there. But that's pretty much just Corey's view there from Skype.
Yeah, very cool.
So he's just got that on there. That'd certainly be something that we could explore more of.
Yeah, for sure.
You could find replays and play them while I'm doing the live, and vice versa. You could do the live battles while I'm doing the replays. It'd be a full tag team broadcasting thing at that point.
Yeah, absolutely.
If that kind of carry on, would probably have to no talkies and just let Wayne and Sean do the thing. And we see just recently we had some first briberies coming through for a safety car.
Yeah, and we happened to have Marty in our chat who was watching the bribe channel and saw that, so we had the heads up that there was a safety car coming, and sure enough, it came out.
Nice.
So
and I think we're down to about 11 or 10 tickets remaining on the Jinx shifter as well. So if anyone at home was still sitting on the fence, as we saw before from Ash showing us one on the simulators down there in Timaru, that's that bad boy there. That was in the flesh. This is the same as one in the picture. $20 could get you a ticket to win that. What's $20 for the opportunity to win a $1,400 shifter? Like I said, if you don't have a simulator at home to mount it to, go and throw it in the centre console of the Daihatsu. And you can rip back on that, imagining you're driving a cool V8 down State Highway 1.
yeah, very cool. Looks like we're restarting now. Safety cars in pit lane.
Thanks for the heads up. So yeah, so Nick's in there, and that's them underway. So we'll jump back on Luke Rosella here, off the rear of his car. Everyone's getting underway again.
Oh, there's a bit of an incident towards the back of the pack that Bill's going to have to negotiate, although it looks like everybody's recovered from that by the time he gets there.
It's certainly got a bit of a spread through there, hasn't it?
Yeah, interesting timing with that safety car as well, because it's put it right on the edge of maybe if you can save, being able to get home without stopping again. But I think from our point of view, we talked about it and we thought we're probably not quite going to be able to save enough, so we're going to have to make a splash at some point towards the end of the race. So it'll be interesting to see if everybody else makes that splash, or if anybody is able to save enough to get home.
Yep.
That bribe channel is going nuts at the moment.
Yeah, I was just about to see what was making a lot of chirps in my ear. There's chit chatter. There's pictures of screenshots of people doing things and stuff like that.
So we've had a bribe for the Van Gisbergen and Newman car to drop to the back end of line. So that was $50 for that.
Well, he's already down 15 spots at the moment.
Yeah, that'll be it. They would have taken the end of line.
And yeah, he's just done the dash up the side of Zach Voswell. Oh, we've got a car around here at the back. Who's that?
Yeah, I think Bill might have been involved in that. Unfortunately, it looks like there's a bit of a congestion up there at Mulsanne, and Bill's just gone to the back of car 20 there.
That's a shame to see that one.
Bill just got on the mic and apologised for that one.
So that last safety car was a bribe safety car. It was bribed to come out.
Oh, Macca's off. Macca's in the gravel.
My apologies. I will go back and have a quick look at that one. What caused that? But Macca's certainly struggling a bit there. I was having to give my family the rundown of what time pizza is arriving, because I'm on cooking duties tonight, as you can tell.
Did you get some sent my way as well?
Oh, I've just seen Macca go off again behind Bill. He's having a shocker of a time. So he's just gone deep there and off into the gravel. I don't know.
I don't think that one's going to come up.
Yeah, it might come up as an off track, I'm not sure.
No, nothing.
Oh, that's a shame. They're all getting a bit wild there.
But what I could try and do is go to this data here. And then go to Macca. So rub the wall. Was that before or after?
I think that's after.
If people stopped going off track and crashing and stuff, I might have a chance to scroll up through the data. Here's Hamish Brader, and there's Macca. So this
this should get it.
Before the event. Oh, squirrely whirly birds.
Oh, meanwhile, Sean's just been able to pick his way around Bill.
So it must be down here in the braking zone. He's
yeah, it was.
Got it a bit wrong.
It was into this corner that I saw him pop onto my screen on the flight. Oh,
you know what he's done there? He's done avoidance, because it looked like maybe Bill was running a wee bit slower into that corner than the speed Sean was carrying.
Glenn Wilkinson that was immediately in front of Sean at that stage.
So Glenn passing Bill.
And this is going to get Sean finding his way past Bill as well. So Glenn goes a bit deep here and Bill's able to get back past him.
I was going to say wrong line for Bill though. Very compromised. Sean on the outside, which very quickly becomes the inside. He's done enough to get by. A little bit of understeer, but a bit of overspeed there, but he's done well to let it float up to that outside ripple strip there.
A little bit of elbows.
Good job of hanging on.
Elbows out, McNamara.
Yeah. Which is could usually be worse. Oh, I've got crash data here. Reese Tamanui. Oh, that's a shame, because that's Zach Wentz-Smith as well caught up in that. He's had a couple of unfortunate moments through the race with things like that falling upon him, but yeah, that was a shame with Reese just caught up behind that slower car and tripping over each other's feet a little bit.
Bill's
we've got Bill crash.
Yep. So I think he's just tried to carry a bit too much speed through the braking zone there and just lost the rears.
Yeah. While we've got you, can you explain this one?
I may have gone a little bit deep, but I had a couple of weird moments where it really felt like the brakes were just not doing anything when I stood on them.
So, just as a just to redefine this, folks, you didn't mishear him at home. He said, "I went a little bit deep."
I mean, what I mean by that is I may have been a little bit late getting on the brakes, but I didn't feel like I was that late getting on the brakes. And then I had a similar thing at the second to last chicane where Again, I might have
So-
been a
so
little bit late on the brakes, but it just didn't seem to do anything when I actually got on the brakes.
It's just
Yeah, it was an absolute shocker. Fortunately, I
Thank you.
was already on my own lap.
Yeah, I know. We saw you coming on straight afterwards as well. So
All of that, we missed the Bill Kilgore hat, so it ended up selling for 122.
oh, awesome stuff. That's great. Another wee chip in the pot for Rise Above.
Not too sure who has won it.
Well, I don't think it's Bill or Wayne, because Bill was saying he put 120 on it and that was his limit, and then apparently Wayne went to 121.
Wayne raised it by $1.
So somebody else has beaten Wayne by $1.
It could be
probably pricey.
No, it might be Jakey Boy, I think.
Oh, actually, yes. He did say he earlier on. Jake, finding the time to get on. Yes, I already lined up a quote from Simblacks. Better ask Dion for a rig. Who's driving that safety truck? I chucked a bid on the SuperCars hat.
There we go. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Jakey Boy. If you're still watching, mate, you're gonna have to sign that and get it signed by Steve and signed by Pricey. So we'll get Pricey to sign it before he sends it. And we might get Pricey to send it to Steve and get Steve to sign it and then get it sent down to you, Jack.
That's awesome. So there's a cool bit of battle taking place here at the front. So Ben Roberts is leading currently, but then we've got Brett Luxton here in Jinx shifter car up a whopping six spots to P2. But then Matthew Payne, Pookie Boys, up 16 spots into third.
Wide achievers today, the Pookie Boys. They've tried to keep themselves out of trouble, I think.
Just look at that for data. 16 spots.
To be fair, when you look at Matt Payne and say that means he started 19th, I think that's a little bit out of position for him, isn't it?
It would have been. He probably didn't have a qualifying run, I'd say, because it looked like he might have been quite late into the session.
Yeah. So Matt had a bit on this morning, so got that out of the way, and the other Matt Stevens started the car. So Matt Stevens is the two-time winner of the event.
There you go. So there's Andrew Dyson coming into the pit lane there. This would probably tie in more with what you were saying before, Shano, that previous safety car put it pretty much right on the fence as to whether you could make it to the end or whether you'd need to pit.
Yeah, I think we should be inside that now, so I'm hoping I'm going to see Bill come into the pits sometime soon, because he's still spoiling that damage from that crash we just saw, and he hasn't been in to take that repair yet. I think if he comes in now, he's going to be good to go to the end, so we might as well come in and get that done.
Did you hear that, Bill? Pit, man, pit. No, that's good. Oh, you guys must be enjoying yourself. We were talking with Macca before. No pitting this time round. Oh, that's a strike against your name, Bill. Shane will be cursing you behind us. Bill. We're talking with Macca before, and obviously, pretty much right up until last night, the situation stood. Not really the choice of car people would have chosen. Not really the choice of track people would have chosen. But the public chose the car. The public chose the track. And would you say that after now coming and have done a few hours under race conditions with everyone else doing racing conditions, that you've got a bit of a soft spot now for the next gen here at Le Mans?
Yes.
Or at a French track somewhere?
It's certainly been an absolute blast. I don't know if soft spot is still quite the right word, but yeah, we're absolutely loving our time out there, having an absolute blast. And yeah, the consensus seems to be that once you accept this car for what it is and learn to drive it within its limits, it is actually a lot of fun to drive.
and everyone's playing with the same, essentially the same bit of machinery as well.
Yeah, 100%. And I think
So what?
And I think
go.
the track choice is perfect for this event because look at the length of the straight that we've got to have a drink. It's perfect.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And no better way to keep a simulated racing driver in check and having fun as being able to sport having plenty of drinks breaks. So it's been good so far. Like we've had that event at Spa. We've had this event here. Chicago was a bit on the nose. There really wasn't any time to do it, but a few people got crafty and strapped some camelbacks to the back of their seats and drank slightly warmish beer towards the end of the day. But mostly, other than that, it's all been it was all good fun.
Yeah, Chicago was certainly a lot of fun, and it certainly lived up to the idea of stepping out of your comfort zone for something fun. And yeah, I had a blast there. I brought one of my UK teammates, Mark Wright, along for the ride for that one. Unfortunately, he's got a bit more going on this year, so he wasn't able to make the time zone difference work this time around. But I've joined Bill and Blake and had an absolute blast.
That's cool. You guys have certainly made up an awesome bit of team for today. You guys have obviously been battling pretty hard with Sean throughout. You guys tend to keep finding each other out on track.
Yeah, we've got a safety car. Hang on.
We do. You see it?
Okay, I'm on team. Pit, Bill, pit. Just jump in on the team radio there.
Yeah, he's not listening to you through the live stream.
So that was another bribe. So right,
it was.
Right
I saw that come through. Yes.
So Bill did come back with a very affirmative Roger.
As long as he knows it's now.
Yeah.
She's looking a little bit worse for wear, the Badgersil Camaro today.
Yeah, it's about to look absolutely beautiful in a minute, though. Thank you, Corey, for all the fast repairs.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't have made the races fun without them, I don't think.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is all about having fun, isn't it? And it's no fun sitting there for 20 minutes waiting to fix your bloody car.
Yeah, you're right, and trying to make sure that everybody finishes was one of the main goals.
Have we still got everybody running?
There's only been, I think, two people go, or was it one?
One.
Just the one.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
and he had
Cam Dance.
He had packet issues.
It sounds like he had.
Ah, right. Was he a solo driver?
Yeah.
Yes, he was. Yeah.
Looks like he qualified 6th.
Oh wow.
So he was right up the pointy end.
Yeah, that's a real shame then.
It is indeed, yeah.
So Bump Me Bag Girl leading the way at the moment.
Oh no! Oh, Bill's just
what did I just miss?
Bill's just gassed it up on cold tyres and fired into the fence on the right hand side. That car's still not looking too bad though. I think it's on the exit of the chicane.
Come out of pit lane. Brakes are cold, tyres are cold, car is full. Under racing pace. Oh! What a place.
Bill's just said over the team radio, tyres were cold and the driver was hot.
It is Indeed.
It's all good, Bill.
So we've got, excuse me, it's because it's getting on now. It's 6 o'clock in the evening here now. For those of you who may be joining us from across the ditch or further afield.
Yeah, so a late
We
flurry of
have
pit stops for a few guys for this. So it'll be a sprint home. Looks like Benjamin Roberts has stayed out.
And there was an update as well regarding the Reese Tamanui Zach Went Smith issue of lap 71. It was declared a racing incident between those two, which I believe is a pretty fair assumption of what happened. And then lap 72, Andrew Dyson with Luke Rosella. I believe it was both were deemed to be at fault, so racing incident on that, no further action.
So it looks like the safety car was a bribe.
Yep. Team West Racing getting the bribe in for that one.
And just to update those of you at home who may have heard me before, and it's more or less just a rub in Corey's face, my pizza is on my way.
Oh.
Please have an outside light on at night, and I can follow my delivery here. I can watch some man
eight raffle
drive
tickets.
my pizza to me.
We've got 8 raffle tickets left now.
Yeah, how many did Shane buy?
One. One today, anyway.
Is that all? I bought 2, Shane. There's 8 tickets left, Shane.
Buy all 8, Shane.
There's no way I'm buying all 8. So Bill's come back to the pits to get a fast repair. Probably a good call. He's just lost one spot, I think, in doing that, and then he can get back out and queue up into the safety car again.
That's a good call, especially when the next car behind him is still 53 seconds away, and he'll well and truly be able to catch up to the cars behind the cars in front of him coming down the big straightaway still at the moment.
I'm just praying he's a bit more patient with the throttle out of the chicane this time, and he's done that nicely.
I decided not to watch him because bad things could have happened again, and I didn't want you to have any reason to blame me.
Good call. Thank you, Doug.
Yeah, no problem.
We're not actually sure how much longer the race is officially going to have, I don't think.
Well, it's probably going to go to time. I'd say time served, wouldn't it? 5 hours 30 minutes.
Yeah, it should do. It'll work out an extra 15 minutes, I think.
Yeah, because the only other thing you do is that is they advance the session, or no, they can't even do that, can they? Once it's running, so it's going to go to 5 hours 30 minutes.
Yeah, we spent the first half an hour sitting on the grid and going around the track though.
Correct. Yeah, so it'll be close to still 5 hours worth of racing, or just over, won't it?
Yeah.
I think the issue came from the fact that the race timer itself didn't actually start until iRacing gave the green flag, which is after we crossed the start finish line to start the first parade lap essentially.
Yeah. Looks like
yes,
everyone.
But then that's good to realise for next time. So no problem with forming up behind the safety car, but maybe just let the cars allow the iRacing race to start, and go across the line, and then fall in behind the safety car as it leaves through pit lane, go round, do your warm-up lap or two, and then go green under that.
Well, the other scenario that probably would have worked perfectly would be standing start, and then as soon as that gives you the green flag there, the clock's going to start, but nobody goes anywhere, and then just go through the same system that we did. That, I think, would be the perfect solution.
See, and there's a reason why I enjoy working alongside you, Shane, because you're full of this awesome information that just helps things like this become better.
I'll do what I can.
As he puts his humble hat down. No, it's very, very cool, and we appreciate you jumping in and checking in with us from time to time throughout the race. Obviously, it's just been Corey and I for the majority of it. No Wayne today because he's doing his Wayne thing with helping out, pretty much doing what we're talking about today's event. And so it's been nice having you, Sean, jump in, the crew, Corey. It's just felt like another Tuesday or Thursday night.
Well, it's my third endurance race I've been on the mic in as many months, I think.
I know. You'll probably have a mic ban from your wife at least until July next year, won't you?
No. Well, she actually made a comment to me before. She heard us. Obviously, she's had the stream going today. With her company being one of the major sponsors, My Refund. So they're actually going to be covering Ritchie's flights, and they're also going to be buying a couple of Simblax vouchers that'll be given away for the best paint, which we have no idea on at the moment. Our judge is away in Victoria, so once BJ gets back, he's going to be taking some photos, and hopefully everybody leaves their paint on their car, so that when BJ does the photos, he can have a look and see which paint he likes the most.
Nice.
Anyway, my wife touched on we were talking about this, getting on the sim and with your mates is, drawing you in with your friends, but don't forget about the family at home. So my first stint back, I got pretty deep into it when COVID happened, and probably spent more time on the sim than I did with my wife, and that's something that I've learnt. You definitely need to balance that out, family life and your virtual life. And that's the safety truck in. So we're going to go green again, and we should be green all the way home for the last sort of 15 odd minutes.
That's it. This is going to be really quite cool, and it's certainly always been my most probably favourite part of the racing, because the way that it bunches everyone back up. But I love watching the chopper cam on how people are going when they come to the massive straightaway.
Oh, there's a car off at the chicane, at the first chicane. Looks like Tim Dossett.
And I would hate to say it, but I think my iRacing's just gone and crammed itself again.
It does look that way.
So, need to
technical difficulties.
What Corey has for us. Bah. Make that a little bit bigger, and now I can try and reload. Awesome. Reload iRacing. Yeah, I don't know if you'd caught wind of that, but that's actually happened. This is the second time it's happened today there, Shano, unfortunately.
Yeah, I did notice that you had disconnected and rejoined a little bit earlier, so I figured there had been some technical difficulties there.
The bonus of having a extra feed there in the background has come in handy a couple of times today.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, so another car off in the back. Was that the Vermilion Motorsport car by any chance?
And by the way, I believe 2 more raffle tickets might have just sold in the last few minutes.
That excites me. Hey, there we go. 3 actually.
Oh, 3. Someone else bought one.
Susie back in it again. If my maths is right, there should be 5 left, but it'll stop automatically once all the tickets are sold. Actually, that last one, Shane, you didn't get a number.
Didn't get a number?
No, there's no number there.
Oh, that's weird.
Do you remember what number it had for you?
I cannot. I'll just see if it says anything about that in the confirmation email.
Come on, rightio. Whoa, that was wild.
Yeah, so we've got 6
Oh yes,
numbers available.
Yes, I've got 79 on one of them, and then the other one's got nothing.
I will refund you for that.
Okay. I will go and buy another one then to actually get a number.
So we've got a wicked battle happening here at the moment with Luke Rosella, Shane Van Gisbergen, Andrew Dyson and Thomas Hinz all ahead of them, those 4 on the monstrous charge trying to get themselves back up towards the front of the pack. They would be, if they're thinking wisely, they would probably be quite good to work together a wee bit to close down that margin, because from Thomas at the moment to Matthew Payne is 1.8 seconds. Benjamin Roberts, who leads at the moment, has only got just under a second gap from Brett Luxton. Brett's got Matthew Payne on the hard charge. He's got draft engaged. Much the same with these 2 here. Not enough to get by for them. Matt Payne, is he going to have enough in the gas tank? Look at that, 349 kilometres an hour. It's just insanity.
So
just stay in behind.
6 tickets left there, so I've refunded you.
6?
I've
6
just
tickets.
bought another one to replace the one that I didn't get a number for, so there must be 5 left now.
Unless it was 6 and it refunded up to 7 and then it's dropped back down to 6 again.
Possibly.
No, you're good. So there's 5 left to sell. That last
5
one
tickets
through,
left, people. Oh, who was that?
Oh,
shivers. Jordan and Matt matching cars there, teammates, have just gone and done enough to keep themselves out of trouble for half a second. But Zach's in the danger zone again. Reese Tamanui, these guys, I don't know if they've come together earlier, but they've both had racing incidences where they've been involved in crashes, so hopefully this is not the next one to take place. Oh, Matt Payne's made a late dive move on Brett Luxton. I'm going to have a quick look at that. This is actually a pretty cool move, actually. Just waited for him to move over and jammed on the brakes a bit later. Oh, squirrely rears. Bit of a rub. Nothing wrong with that. Cool racing.
Certainly using the gearbox to slow the car down by the look of that. I think one of the cool things about these cars, which you can do in the V8s as well, but you can certainly use the gearbox to help slow the car down, and just have to be aware that that does put a bit more strain on the motor. So if you try and do it a bit too much, you're going to end up blowing that up and ruining your day. But certainly something that can be used strategically when you want to go a bit deeper on the brakes if you know how to do it properly.
It does. Now, I don't know whether it's still a thing or not, Shano, or whether they managed to delete it out of practice. But you used to be able to do a manual adjustment to your maximum output on the x-axis in the iRacing I&I folder. So you could push to 100, but it would only go as far as like 80 or 85%. So it was like you're exceeding what it thought it could get to.
I'm not too sure about that one. So you're referring to brake pressure, so you'd wind that back a little bit so you avoid locking the brakes.
Well, so when you were programming your brakes and it has a bit output, and it might have been like 16,000 or 32,000, whatever it was reading at the time, you would add on the calculator like 20 or 15% onto that, and then you would override your x-axis in the I&I folder to reflect that new number. So it meant if you pushed 100% brake in, it was only ever registering that you were going to about 80 to 85 in the sim.
Right.
So it meant that even if you thought you were having a scary moment and you leant on the brakes to get to 100, you would never lock a wheel, ever.
Yeah, sure.
But I don't know whether or not they dialed that out of being able something you could do or not.
Not too sure myself.
Because sometimes you just look at these guys, and I know there's obviously software for pedals and bits and pieces these days, but sometimes you just wonder how they can lean on the brakes the way they do, and seemingly never, run into an issue.
Well, I mean, you look at the way the guys like Shane are able to do that in their real race cars, and it certainly takes a lot of talent to be able to know exactly where that limit of brake pressure is to not lock up. And I think the guys that are the best at what they do are just very, very good at being able to know where that limit is.
Yep.
And very good at being able to know how to manipulate the car to try and push that limit out a bit further as well, I think.
That's Matt Town taking a departure over into the sand trap there. I was just picking that up.
Yeah, so Matt certainly went over that limit of braking performance there.
Yep. What we have missed though is Shane moving himself up into P2.
Oh, Bill's just been drilled. He's actually got away quite lightly with that one, though.
I've got Bill went off track, Marty passed Jordan, and Jordan crashed.
Yeah, I think it was Jordan.
So we'll have a look at Bill's off track.
Certainly Jordan coming off worse for wear from that, so...
Oh!
Not sure whether Bill was early on the brakes or Jordan was late, or... Yeah, not sure, but certainly Jordan coming off worse for wear. Bill able to hold on to that across the grass, so getting off quite lightly.
Ooh. Yeah, the joy of not having brake lights and cars just running on different strategies and pace. Can lead to those unfortunate kind of moments there.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we've got Ben Roberts here, still leading the race currently, but down to within a second gap of him now is Shane van Gisbergen, who not too long ago managed to get by Matt Payne, who was in fourth. Matt's actually been able to round up Brett Luxton there. So see if I can see where that happened. Can't actually see that one. Must have happened quite a bit before that. Oh yeah, so there's... because then it's rechanged again. So I haven't got data on that one, funnily enough. Matt Payne for Luxton P3. As they go by one of the 28 car of the Hoss Motorsport entry. Those guys are doing it on the on the motion simulator down there in Timaru, Shano, car number 28.
Yeah, and I understand they are having a bit of an issue with not having comms and not able to hear race control, so they've been getting themselves in a little bit of trouble, but race control have managed to figure out they can send them a text message through the server to be able to get the messages through under yellow flag.
Nice. Oh, that's good of them to have been able to do that. While we were reviewing this, Gizzy has moved himself into P1 past Benjamin Roberts. Fast draft, real fast. That was a quick gain. That's blistering speed. Look how much that car's still walking away.
Yeah, absolutely. There's interesting things you can do with setup. Even though you can't adjust the rear wing, there's some things you can do with setup to minimise the drag just by changing the ride height around. And yeah, certainly we've seen some cars have been quicker than us in a straight line and have been able to blow past us, or we haven't been able to necessarily close up too much on them in the draft. So certainly a few different setup things going on there to be able to be nice and slippery down that back straight.
There we go. And looking at it there now, we're at 5 hours 28 minutes of the race. Potentially, as these guys come around across the start-finish line now, will we see the white flag come up?
Well, it's not showing up there, but it should be white flag. It's going to take them 3.5 minutes to get around again.
Yeah, white flag. I just jumped in my safety truck and got it.
Oh, nice.
There we go. So we'll take our way down through the order. Shano, if you need to depart at any time and come back again, that's fine. You do what you need to do there, mate. We've got Benjamin Roberts there in P2. Matt Payne sitting in P3. Brett Luxton in P4. And then Thomas Hinds there in P5. Luke Rosella started in second spot. He's down to 6th. Andrew Dyson, he's in 7th, with Adam Ferreira very close behind him. Tom Ferreira, if I said that wrong, my apologies. Devon Stove, P9. Zachary Vosbloom there. He's in spot 10. He's got Zach Went-Smith behind him in P11. Reese Tamanui brings up the 12th spot of the race. John O'Carswell, turns out he races well. He's been there and doing the solo effort this race, and he's moved himself just back into spot number 12, and that's exactly where he started. Actually, these guys are having a good wee battle. Nice bit of side-by-side action. We'll let that one roll through for a second. It's just a neck and neck side drafting there. They keep changing positions one after the other. Carswell's going to show us if he can brake well. Turns out he can do that too. Bit of Oh, so hot battle to the end for those guys. Matt Town brings up spot number 14. Ryan Higgins there in 15th. Anthony Green up in 16th spot, just ahead of Jared Eccleston there, spot 17. Dan Turner, P18. There's Glenn Wilkinson, he's sitting in 19th at the moment. Bill Kilger, spot number 20. Marty Mitchell there into spot 21th. Shout out to you there, Wayno, 21th. That's 21st spot for Marty Mitchell. Tim Dossett there in P22. Jordan Chaplin, P23. And Hamish Brader, another one of our entries there from Hoss Motorsport Timaru. Spot number 24. And that's our race drivers as Shane Van Gisbergen comes through the last couple of corners. Do you like how that worked?
That was perfect timing. It's almost like it was by design.
Yeah. Couldn't have done it any
Shane
better.
Van
So there we go.
Gisbergen, winner of the race, well done. Benjamin Roberts, P2, well held. And P3 goes to Matt Payne from Pookie Boys. Well done, up 16 spots. That's a championship drive there to get to the podium up to there. Brett Luxton, well done, just off the podium, but great racing. And Thomas Hinds there rounds out our 5th spot. Luke Rosella would be a bit annoyed with himself, finishing down there in 6th from where those guys were racing throughout the race. Tom Ferreira doing a great job. Andrew Dyson there in 8th. Devon Stove takes out spot number 9. And Went Smith, Mr. Zachary, across the line, P10. He started there. They'll be happy to have finished that one there. Awesome stuff. See if any of these guys are going to give us some celebratory donuts and stuff like that. They're just doing a nice job of keeping clear of that start-finish line, moving their way away from the field.
Bill's just picked up a final slowdown and he's got some pressure from Marty on him, but thankfully he's been able to clear that without letting Marty go and before he's got to the line.
Yeah, looks like Marty doing the generous thing as well and not hounding the beast. Great racing by all. Superb afternoon of racing. Very, very cool stuff. None of these guys keen to leave. It's almost like they've enjoyed being here.
But so they should. They should. We enjoyed having everybody along. And from the virtual motorsport side of things, we're very happy everybody turned up and has had a good time. It's been one of those, it's been quite a long few weeks for me. And I'm kind of glad this is out of the way now and I can sort of relax a little bit more. And yeah, it's very, very well done for you, Doug. You've learned a few new tricks this weekend, and hopefully that'll make your streams a little bit more funkier in the future.
It has been great. Big head nod there to Ash around his efforts on jumping in and teaching me a couple of new tricks, and so this old dog now knows how to roll over. It's just been awesome, you know, like really the last few weeks has been fairly average. Having had stuff going on in my life as well, and turns out there's been a few others that have been doing it, the same thing. Funnily enough, we're the good bunch of guys over at SuperCars NZ. I can lean on them from time to time and have a chat, and everyone's pretty keen to say, look, just message us anytime if you need it. So it's cool to be part of a group like that. And I know others inside the league have formed up their own teams and stuff like that, and they would say the same thing about their tight wee knit bunch group of guys. So the theme of the day really is about just taking those opportunities to talk. Yeah, that's cool. Much appreciate it. Much appreciate the guys that I've got around me for when they're able to do things. It's awesome. But yeah, I know it's been a busy few weeks, and leading up to today, I'm certainly happy to be here and expressed my joy for doing this. Wouldn't be here without the great support of me offside of Corey. Thank you for inviting us and getting us on board with being involved with this special event. Shano, for you, you know, you're pretty much there with me week in, week out. You know, truly credit you as a good friend of mine as well to talk to from time to time, and just knowing that you know, each week we get to do this cool thing of broadcasting and racing's always been fun. And so thank you once again for being true to you and to me for coming along and hanging out with us from time to time. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, right back at you, Doug. And I think last word from me, on behalf of all the racers who came along today, thank you, Corey, and of course Ash, for putting this race on and all the hard work that you guys have done behind the scenes to get this up and running and doing it year in, year out for, what is it, 3 or 4 years now, is it?
Yeah, this was the fourth event, yeah. So, it's about time for me to make my announcement, and that this is my last Enduro for mental health myself. And just with the way, you know, we started this off in COVID 2020 when we had a bit of spare time, and just gradually over the years it's eaten away a little bit of time for both myself and Ash. So it's made it very challenging, especially this year, to get the two of us in the same Discord channel at the same time to do some planning. And so yeah, that's me. I'm gonna hang up my boots, and yeah, I'll still be doing some stuff, but probably just not on as large a scale. Keep it a bit simpler. Really enjoyed today, and yeah, so we've got I've asked some podiums to pop in. So it looks like we've got Brad Newman. So one of the winners from today, back-to-back winner, Brad Newman. So I'm going to bring him in. Brad, how are you, man?
Yeah, good, thanks, mate.
And so back-to-back Enduro for mental health champion.
Yep, very cool. Shane's a main part of that, but yep, very cool.
Yeah. No, from chatting to Shane a little bit, he's the quiet sort of type. I didn't figure he would jump in here for a yarn, but
he wanted to, but just with the extra time, I think he had somewhere to be, so he's just had to duck out. So
no, that's cool. Well, thank you very much for turning up. And how was the race for you?
Yeah, good fun. Yeah, it was a great race. Good to be a part of it.
It seemed everybody sort of raced in good spirits.
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah, it was pretty cool. Everyone was mostly pretty clean out there.
Yeah, you tend to get a bunch of guys in a server, and sometimes they get big elbows out, I suppose you could put it.
Yeah, there was one particular car that thought it was a world championship, but apart from that, it wasn't too bad.
No, well, I think we'll be getting pretty close to around the 3K mark race, so we're pretty stoked with that on our scale.
Awesome, that's good to hear.
No, thank you very much for coming along, and yeah, if there is a next year, we hope you can come back and try and get the 3-peat.
Yeah, no, I'd love to. Yeah. That'd be cool.
Thanks very much for that, Brad. It's certainly been a pleasure watching you guys doing your thing today. It looked like you guys had a pretty solid strategy from the get-go, and you certainly used that to your advantage. And seeing you guys making that last-ditch effort after the safety track closing towards the end was a monumental drive, and Shane unleashing his natural fury was certainly another one to be admired. He does a great job of it, so credit to you and to Shane. I see he's made a comment there on the live chat saying on you, Brad, so he's very much happy that you've taken the podium step for the finalisation interview there.
Oh yeah, I better thank the sponsors on his behalf. I'd like to thank Bushflix, Anton's Exotics, Andrew's Dental, Rosella's Fruit and Veg, Manny's Home Brewery, Woody's Paint the Body, and Wallace Eye Flags. It's always good to have the eye flag to let us know when Dyson's run out of talent up the inside, or make it a break too late, or something like that. So it's good to have him. Good to have that there.
And so there any Newman's bus schedules on there this year?
No, not this year, mate. No, we couldn't run the Newman's bus schedule this year, unfortunately.
That was a talking point from last year, is what was on your bonnet. So that was yeah.
Oh, that was a one-off Chicago special, that one, unfortunately.
Yeah, and then
Nice.
yeah, thank you very much, and we'll got the second place, I think, coming in.
Cheers, fellas.
Awesome, thanks, Brad. Benjamin, how are you?
Tired, boys. Very tired.
Yeah, you've put in a few laps this week.
Yeah, sure have. You know, I'm not really good with this car, so I wanted to make sure I had it right. I was going to do 2 drivers, but one of you guys pulled out last minute, and I was most confident with the setup we had, so I ended up going solo.
And who was your teammate? Was it Ireland?
So it was originally going to be Ireland and myself, but Darren Lobb couldn't make it, so Chris ended up driving with Andrew Dyson, and I ended up doing the race by myself last minute.
All right, so you did it solo. So that's a bloody good effort.
Well done, mate.
And how's the mental health after that?
It's not too bad. Sort of adrenaline still hasn't worn off yet. I'm sure tomorrow morning I'm going to be really sore, and I'm not going to want to get out of bed. But tomorrow's my birthday anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, happy birthday for tomorrow, Benny.
Thanks, boys.
And yeah, thank you very much for coming along and giving us something to yell at today.
Yeah, boys, you know, we're doing this for a good cause, having a bit of fun.
It has certainly been a great cause of the day.
Oh, good. All right. Well, looks like the 2 Matts of the Pookie Boys have buggered off, so we'll probably sort of wrap this up.
Yeah, sounds cool.
Looks to be we've got probably about 4 raffle tickets left to sell, so we will, as soon as they are all sold out, we will let you guys know when we're going to do the draw.
Nice stuff. Well, good. All right. Well, let's round it all up. This has been Virtual Motorsport New Zealand through the Broadcasting Lounge, bringing you Rise Above Charity Trust for 2023. Endurance for Mental Health. It was NASCAR's at some really long track in France. It's been a pleasure. Thank you to all that have tuned in throughout today. Big thank you to all of our sponsors who have made this event successful yet again. And we look forward to doing another one again in the near future. If you've enjoyed what you've heard today, jump on the Broadcasting Lounge, give us a sub, helps us out. And we do it all again at the next one. See you later.